It's going to be nice and quick. How are we going, Hector? You good? Good morning. We started a bit later this morning, probably due to the aquarium last night. Did everyone have a good time? Yeah, thank you. Full compliments to Al Esser and Desire to Learn for sponsoring that one. It was a great night and a great experience. I know my 3-year-old ate more cupcakes than he's going to have in the next 21 years of his life. So, and I actually hold all of you personally responsible. 2:30 this morning, he fell out of bed, came in and said, "I've hurt my nose." And I think that's all down due to cupcakes, and I think everyone here was encouraging. There's nothing better than seeing a 3-year-old with cake smeared all over their face. So it took us an hour and a half last night to wash it all off. We have a big day of events. Again, we're kicking off with George, so I'll do a little bit of housekeeping right up through a break again, just with the wall coming across. We do only have one break, and we've dropped in a few numbers, so I would say stuff yourself silly, because we push straight through to 1:30 and then it's off home. So grab a big bite during that morning break to keep you going. The panel session to close us off, and then ultimately after that we're going to have a short recess while we get together in what was the Session B room. Now we've all got that under control, the conference closes, but the Session B room down the back will be the solar AGM, and everyone's obviously invited to stick around for that, and we'd love to have your input. If you cannot because of flights or the sun eventually does come out again during the afternoon, you want to run off, please send George what was it? Spam's good. Please send George or myself an email just saying that you're interested about solar, you'd like to be involved in some capacity, and you're willing to give us lots of money. Did that? Oh, sorry, that's an internal thought, isn't it? Yeah, sorry. That's that you're willing to be involved, you'd love to hear more about what solar's being undertaken, and we'll get back to you and organise something from there. We do have some prizes. I did forget yesterday, and I had them out the front here, and no one reminded me. Bastards. So what they had, John Duve, is he in the audience? No, we're off to a good start. Christian Bock? Hey, thank you. John and Christian were literally the last two on the reception night that I had to chase out of the room so that I could actually go home and get some sleep. Tim Rogers and George Bradford. I'll stick to a side. They're the two Australians that after they were told by Christian and John that they were the last two to leave, the two Aussies stepped back inside and decided to stay a little bit longer, and then chase them back out again. We have some fantastic tweeters at the moment hooking in. We've got Maria, Busyness Girl. Yeah, because of the last tweets, I think I saw something disparaging about Dawson, so I was going to give you a T-shirt, but I'm going to dock that one for you now. So we'll give it to Matt Pastelli instead. All based on the analysis of Tony Hurst. Maria, would you like one of these? Yeah, great. There is a rather obscure incoming. Lovely. There is a rather obscure looking social network diagram up the front there. It's literally, I've got a huge thanks to our team, the guys in the solar shirts. Thank you very much for all your efforts so far. Ricardo in the corner who's coordinated much of this reminded me that I promised them free lunches for the rest of the year, so there's a lot of work that's going to go on for me that doesn't finish at the end of this conference. But this was put together by one of our programmers. We had an idea after talking to Graham, Simon and George about what analyses can we do based on the data, and after bumping into Cathy last night, she's now given me a long list of tasks that I have to do, which is even more around the visualisations and use of the data that's derived from this conference. So we pulled this one together, and it's basically just a reference map of every citation, every author in here and who they've cited. We will be putting it up on the LAK 12 website. We did have a few server issues this morning, so I'm not going to play too much, other than to just indicate at the top, there's different category views, so we've grouped them around different categories. You can indicate who was the most cited person, who wasn't the most cited person. But if I could draw your attention to about 8 o'clock down the bottom, there's a bloody good paper. It just wasn't cited enough there. Sits right underneath the academic analytics, a new tool for a new era. John Campbell in here wrote that one. Dana. Anyway, you are more than welcome to free. We'll open it up. We'll put it on the LAK 12 website so you can play around with that and try and break it to the best of your ability. Other than that, thank you very much for your participation. I'll come back to say a few parting words and thankfully hand on to Eric Duval for the next, was it LAK 13? Other than that, thank you very much. Have a good night. Have a good night.
We're now going to start with today's program. I have probably the easiest task of all days is to introduce George. Probably I don't need to say any words. If you are still not sure who George is, just look at our tweeting feed, right? And you will basically see who is the champion there. If you are still not sure who George is, I suggest you also to open New York Times today and see basically who are those people who are always quoted for massive online open courses. I'm pretty sure you're all also familiar with George's work on connectivism, and if you know George personally, he's truly connectivist. His social nature is probably one of the major drivers which probably put us all together here. Also, George is, as a community builder, excellent person. I just always had this anecdote last year when George invited me to help organize LAK 11. It was already September, and he was asking me, Dragan, well, you know what, we are thinking about a learning analytics conference to organize in Banff in February. February, Banff, minus 35, minus 40. And just 5 months ahead, academic conference, I was thinking, God, are we going to survive at all? And it happened basically that we got 130 committed folks there. And actually, it turned out to be very handy to have minus 35 in Banff because we were all together in the room. And I was actually very happy this year that, you know what, we are going to have about 50 degrees higher temperature in Vancouver, and we are for sure going to attract more people. But in Vancouver, we have our own traits, right? We have our rain, so again, we are all in the room. So I don't want to take any of time, so George, please come and tell us what you want.
Just give me a quick second while I do the computer transition here. We'll see if things break. Well, good morning, and I'd like to start by just extending, huge gratitude to the conference organizers this year. Certainly, the work that Dragan and Simon have done on putting an outstanding program together needs to be emphasized, and the work that Carolyn and that Shane have done in putting together an outstanding event and organizing all the details. I mean, certainly, I think we've all seen Dragan, or we'll call him Shane for now. We've all seen Shane meandering around trying to put out fires and deal with the issues that have arisen. And when he first suggested, we're going to hold the dinner in the Vancouver Aquarium, I thought, well, that seems odd. I'm watching living things while I'm eating. But it ended up being terrific because it was just a great opportunity to move around between your different conversational circles and interact with others. So I think it was an outstanding venue. So huge congrats to the LAK 12 program and conference chairs this year. Now, yes. Now, one of the aspects of the talk that I'll be looking at, obviously, is looking at this distinction between a research domain and a domain of practice. And so a few of the things that I'm going to outline here and are outlined in the paper that's in your zip drive or in the proceedings is around this notion of where are we and what needs to be done in order for learning analytics to develop as a field. And as I've stated earlier, it's not a guarantee that it will develop as a field. There are enough uncertainties that things can move in different directions. But if we were to assume that we're onto something with this learning analytics thing, and that there's going to continue to be ongoing academic and research-based interest, then it's worth thinking about how do we map out a field and how do we begin to define the kinds of research activity that's needed. But how do we do that without becoming prescriptive, leaving things flexible enough so that things can emerge and concepts can develop and new and innovative ideas aren't squashed by too hard a form structure, or that we don't keep the structure too fluid and too flexible so that we don't get some efficiency of scale and efficiency of activity. So I'm going to try and walk through what this might look like and some of the research components that are involved. And I see a few of you are still looking a little groggy, so that's the outcome of consuming beverages while hanging out with dolphins. I think there's some Buddhist philosophy in there that I should be able to quote, but it doesn't come to mind. So there's a couple things that you're likely aware of, and this is stating the absolute blatant obvious. One is there's an enormous growth in learning analytics interest. That growth is coming out through a variety of areas. First of all, the development of special journal issues. There's numerous issues that have been coming out and that are coming out in the near future. Calls for papers. I was speaking with a few young gentlemen yesterday. They're looking at putting together a learning analytics handbook. So the interest in analytics is quite substantial. It's also true, I think, in a university context. What's going to happen is your VPs and your presidents and your deans are going to be going to academic conferences over the next several years, and they're going to hear people from the podium talking about big data and analytics. And they're going to take those ideas back to the university and say, we need one of those. And that's going to influence, obviously, what you're going to be doing as faculty and what you're going to be doing as researchers. And I think simultaneously you're going to start to see the granting agencies start to turn their attention to the role of big data broadly. I know Obama announced an initiative about 3 weeks ago, but certainly with NSF, with SSHRC, NSERC, JISC, or other funding agencies, the attention is going to turn quite rapidly to this notion of big data or data and analytics. That might not be learning analytics specific, but it will be a model of interest that I think is helpful for us as researchers to gain a sense of what does that mean to us and how do we position ourselves effectively to get there. Now, another area that I find on the one hand encouraging, but on the other hand actually substantially distracting and disconcerting is the rapid development in the vendor space. Now, it's true whenever you get a new word or a concept that has buzzy type feel to it, and analytics is very close to the overhyped stage, everybody repositions what used to be some product into now it's a learning analytics product. And this struck me at the Philadelphia EDUCAUSE conference where, it was analytics was suddenly like, I don't know, the new sticker you slap onto a product. New and improved now with analytics. So the vendor space is very rapid and developing, and I don't think, on the one hand, there's terrific opportunities to partner with that community, but there are, as I note in the paper, some distinct personality differences, if you will, between the vendor community and the research community in terms of priorities and interest. Now, all of this, of course, is driven by, a variety of things, computation being one. But two things that are so blatantly obvious they're not worth stating, but I'll emphasize anyway, is we're externalizing more and more of our activity on a daily basis. So by externalizing, I mean our interactions are being captured, are being recorded, our discussions, our movements are being tracked. So even compared to 10 years ago, there's a stunning amount of our identity and our activity and our thoughts and our interest that's being captured. Not always because we explicitly state them. On my Facebook page, I have absolutely no statement of political interests or spiritual beliefs. But if you were to do a quick analysis of the social connections that I'm a part of based on family and friends, and probably family because that's kind of like a cyst that goes with you wherever you go. So you can't count that as part of your analysis because that's going to skew your results. But if you look at my friends and my connections, you're going to get a real sense of, actually I know what George's beliefs are. I know how he leans politically or how some of his religious beliefs. So it's not what I say that's being captured, it's what I connect to that's reflecting the kind of beliefs and the kind of person that I am. And then, of course, the new data collection formats. I think this is going to be enormous going forward. And simply in terms of sensors and the capturing of activity that we perhaps didn't intend to have captured that's now sitting in a database. Now, yesterday we had a quick discussion. I've thrown this up with EDUCAUSE talks in the past. I just want to reference this very briefly. It's the scope and scale of analytics. A lot of what's happening now in education, with a few exceptions, University of Technology Sydney I've referenced before, they've taken or are starting to take a top-down system-wide approach, but generally good chunk of analytics activity is starting bottom up at a classroom level. So you have an educator who's saying, you know what, I'd like to know, how many of the students in my class are doing X? Or I'd like to know, between students, if I take this intervention in teaching a course on programming, like Abelardo's been talking about, what's the outcome of that? And so these bottom-up analytics is where really all the fun stuff is happening, but it's not where the big impact is going to be in terms of analytics in its role in education. So at a bottom-up level, you have individual faculty members who are talented, creative, and they're developing certain analytic structures. And this is, I guess, for lack of a better word, this notion of small data. We're not dealing with massive data sets here necessarily. It's small-scale analysis and often being done with, probably the best way to describe it are, low-threshold tools. And so SNAP, the initiative that Shane's talked about, is a terrific example. Any student, any faculty member can start to conduct analysis on network or the discussions within a forum through the use of that particular tool. So this is analytics that works with small data. But as you move up, you start to shift gears. You begin to think of a coordinated team rather than one individual. You begin to think of, systems-wide approach, data integration, drawing from multiple data sets, in some cases even automated discovery, automated intervention, and this is where that lovely term big data starts to become important, right? Where you're now talking about what's the scale of data? Are we dealing with small numbers, or are we dealing with an N of 5 million or even much larger? So the domain of learning analytics activity and the impact right now, these are some of the main areas. If you do a quick skim through either the ETS journal that Dragan and I are currently editing and will be out shortly, or if you look through LAK 11, LAK 12, these are sort of the areas where people are talking about analytics. One area which is a bit not sufficiently addressed, and I'll pick on this in a little bit later, but it's this notion of learning. Learning, for some reason, has been a bit subverted in the learning analytics conversation. And it takes a while for any field or research discipline to right itself, right? You can move in one area when you're a young, small sort of system. Any swings in a pendulum have a more dramatic effect than you do if you're a huge system where you've got a long history of literature. So that's one of the reasons why we've seen some fairly dramatic swings in that regard. Network analysis, content analysis, personalization, adaptation, prediction, intervention, and one area that I'm personally quite interested in, obviously, systemic impact. What's going to happen in terms of the long-term details. So these are the areas where you can start to drop in learning analytics papers and say, oh, this sort of belongs in here and this sort of relates to that. But one of my favorite books continues to be Jacques Ellul's The Technological Society, where he looks at the technification of education and, well, society in general. I'm applying it to education, which is that these are starting to become the technique itself is an all-embracing approach in a mechanized world. Technique integrates everything, and worst of all, it avoids shock and sensational events. So what I mean with that, well, what he means with it, is that when you're starting to move to a heavy analytic structured world, there's a real risk that you strip out serendipity. You strip out, for lack of a better word, the dynamicism of learning, or the complexity of learning, or the magic of social connections that can't be anticipated by technologies. And so I end up with a real question of, are we at a stage where learning analytics is actually going to lock down and reinforce everything we don't like about the current education system, because it has very real potential to do that? Or are we going to develop a model that's actually going to open up education, that's going to be able to bring new avenues, new insights, new learning research, new results that we can practically integrate and develop in our class or various settings? So there's a real question, and at this point it's not an inevitable question that will be answered one way or another, but I'm certainly concerned with some of the clouds on the horizon that seem to indicate that analytics is going to be used to duplicate what I think at least is wrong with the existing educational process. And one of the big challenges that we face, though, is this research practice gap. Now, if you've been in education for any period of time, you'll know that one thing education is great at is not applying its research. Right? So there's lots of innovative insight. There's, if you look at the fields of learning sciences and other areas, we know much more about good quality education than what we actually do in our classrooms. And part of the problem is, and my background, for those of you that randomly care, was actually in hospitality industry. That's where I started when I was actually about 15 years old, 16 years old, and ended up, when I was 18, purchasing a restaurant and running a series of restaurants over a period of probably about 8 years before I got into education. But the experience there was quite significant in terms of everyone whose mom had a good meatloaf recipe thought they could run a restaurant. And everyone who's had a kid in school knows how to teach better than the education system currently does. So there's this one sense, and education impacts all of us like food, so we can all do it and we can all run one. So, but in education particularly, there's a real need, I think, to address that research practice gap, and it's becoming more critical because if you're aware, recently, in the last 6 months alone, there's been an astonishing explosion of interest in this concept of disruption of education. And it's not just, a recent discussion that's arisen in this regard, but really is an exponential explosion in language of disruption. I don't really like the term disruption a whole lot, but it's currently framing the discussion. But if you look at any of the activities going on with these research institutes now, the one that was announced today, $60 million, MIT and Harvard, each popping $30 million into a shared open course initiative to compete with Coursera. In one blow, you had Udacity, Coursera, whatever else is going on, being usurped. I mean, Coursera, as an illustration, was happy they got 16 million, never mind 60 million. And if you look into detail, still emerging what MIT, or actually it's called edX, the Harvard-MIT initiative. It's unsure what that will look like yet, but it appears that there's going to be certification options and testing or evaluation options tied to it as well. So the models are getting more complex, but the problem is our understanding of what it means isn't. So we're really at that stage where we're doing things that are interesting, but we really don't know why or what the outcome of it is. And there's an awful lot of innovation happening in education from a technological stance, from an entrepreneurial stance, but unfortunately it's being driven from a perspective of, hey, we can do this, which is great, but the problem with tinkering with the education system is it ripples generations into the future. Right? It's one thing if Apple designs a bad iPhone and rolls it out and people just don't buy it. It's quite another if you design a crappy education system that everyone buys into and suddenly you roll out millions of students that are going to suffer for decades down the road. So there's this real sense where analytics needs to give us the option to globally, systemically develop a more coherent acknowledgement of what's happening and why is it substantial in education. And that's one of the reasons why, with SOLAR, with this conference in particular, right at the start, with 2011, when we put our conference together as a steering committee and a group of us, we're looking at what do we want to do with this, and we emphasized 3 elements in particular, is that we wanted the technological, the pedagogical, and the social domains of learning to be brought into dialogue with each other. I'm not saying that they need to be, integrated, but you just need to be aware that this is what's going on over there, because we wanted to make sure that the interventions we plan and the organizational impact of our learning activities and learning interventions would be broad enough to target the needs of various stakeholders. Like, I love the idea of learner-centered education. But in all fairness, education is society-centered. Like, education's impact goes well beyond just what happens with the learner. So we need to broaden our perspective on our stakeholders and what that looks like. And so we've emphasized this holistic integrated research that needs to come out as a result of this. And the recent report, U.S. Department of Education, say the next 5 years is going to bring increasing models of collaboration between learning systems designers, researchers, and educators. Because as different people start to tug away at this analytics puzzle, and this is a report they just released on enhancing teaching and learning through educational data mining and learning analytics, addresses the need for greater collaboration as well. So I want to talk about 4 specific areas that I think we need to think about as researchers and as folks in higher education in order to give a solid foundation for learning analytics going forward that moves away from hype-based startup mentality, entrepreneurial activity, which I think is important in education, but the values of that space are different than the values of education. 4 areas. 1, development of new tools, techniques, and development of people. Not new people, but just development of people. I'm going to talk about data, the issues of openness, ethics, and scope. The target of analytics activity, and this is where we're going to go a little off the beaten path and start to put on my free Aaron / Illich love child hat. And then we'll talk about the connections to related fields and the spaces that we should think about forming connections with. So I'll go through each of these in detail. Probably one of the biggest areas, the one that's most relevant broadly to the research community and to each of you, whether as educators or as, we have a variety of mixes. Some of you are thinking about the impact of educational research funding, so you might be in a position where you're developing grants, and I know there are several in this conference that are profiling future grants in learning analytics. These are some of the areas that are probably most relevant for you. So on the one hand, we want the development of tools that are practitioner-focused rather than research-focused. Or probably more accurate if I said we want the tools that are being rolled out from an analytics perspective to encompass a broader scope than just the researchers. Some of the things we've looked at here, and having a chance to read through the papers and seeing the titles and looking at some of the programs that are being used, if you're going to roll out an analytics solution, algorithm / toolset / dashboard, if you're going to roll out an analytics solution and it's going to take your end user months of figuring out our scripting language, it's probably not going to be horribly successful. You almost need to have the Jobsian effect, where you suppress the complexity and make a very smooth, efficient end-user experience around analytics. So some of the things that Caddy talked about yesterday are quite relevant in that regard. Right? It's this notion that these tool sets need to allow anyone with limited technical skills to be able to conduct complex levels of analytics. And again, my interest here is on bringing together this research space and bringing together the practitioner space so that there's a flow of relevance that goes back and forth between the two. So on the one hand, the tools that are being developed are, at this stage, largely being imported or appropriated from other fields. And we don't really have something that says, oh, this is a learning analytics tool. And I know there's a few folks, I'm not sure if Eric is in here, but I know Eric Duval is playing with things in his research lab, and I know Dragan as well is doing similar work with research students. So there are some early stage learning analytics tools, but right now if I would ask anyone actually to stand up and say, I have a first generation learning analytics tool. Possibly what John Campbell and Purdue has done would qualify with Signals, but the point is we don't have learning analytics tools. We have appropriated tools from other spaces. And there's an opportunity here for research in other areas to develop these kinds of tools and these kinds of tool sets. The development of techniques, I mean, there's a huge raft of this. Again, we're doing a lot of importing from other disciplines and developing something that's more specific to the learning equation, more specific to the technology enhanced or technology enabled learning equation. And the development of bringing these concepts in, I think, is quite significant. Even if you look at DeLito and Buckingham-Shum's paper last year, from 2011, they're looking at discourse analysis essentially. But the unique innovation they brought in was, well, let's automate the analysis of the discourse and see how accurate is automated versus human analysis of that particular conversation that's going on. And once you get to the 70, 80% level of accuracy, you can say, you know what? If I'm dealing with millions of discussion posts, 70% is pretty good because I'll get a lot more insight. But on a human rater reliability, these are kinds of questions that you can start to ask as the scope of the analytics model grows. So it's not just that you're importing the metrics, but that you're doing something with it to give it that learning analytics emphasis, which again I'm emphasizing with the automated approach and those kinds of things. But there's a lot of work that isn't being done right now. I see some neat tools out there that I don't like, but they're still neat, Clout being one. I know Maria Anderson has talked about the Learn This button as options for development of tools, which obviously would tie into an analytics model. Coursera, Udacity, MITx, EdX, edX, whatever they're called now. One of the biggest things they're getting out of this equation is an astonishing amount of data, because data and analysis is now an economic value point. I think that's one of the reasons that companies like Pearson can roll out open class. I mean, my interest with open class, I'm convinced they're doing it for one reason, and that's that Pearson has a disconnect. They create a product, they don't know what end users do with the product. So what do? You give away a free tool so that people can use your product in an environment that you can monitor. So it's, the economic value point for Pearson is a far deeper level of insight into what you're doing with their products, which alone justifies spending tens of millions of dollars rolling out an open class platform. Now, the other aspect is that a lot of these analytics techniques, I mean, they're certainly critical, but they are a reflection of the learning analytics space as still a young one. And we don't quite have the metrics that we can say, back in 2011, so-and-so released this model, and this is what developed and came out of it. So that's, I think, one of the aspects in terms of developing tools that ends up being quite critical in this regard as well. Another component to this is the notion of capacity building in terms of people. And I can't overstate this one because I don't think there are many concerns that are more significant right now in terms of inhibiting learning analytics development and growth than the capacity issue. And the capacity issue isn't just with students, building students who can do analytics. I think the capacity issue is actually with academics as much as anything else. I mean, if we were to take a massive database of unstructured data and drop it into your labs and say, I want you to make sense of this. It's numeric, it's alphanumeric data, it's unstructured. I want you to tell me, what does this mean? I think for most people in this room, we'd be able to take one slice of that and maybe say, well, my area of expertise is this, so I can do that, and that's important. But the fact is that we don't have integrated skill sets to be able to interrogate complex data. Most of us don't. I'm sure there's a few that probably would raise your hand and say, well, yeah, actually, I could do that. But I think for a good part, educators don't have the academics or the analytics tool set and skill set to be able to interrogate that data. So it makes it quite hard to be able to develop the next generation of individuals that are going to be doing that as well. So we need a PD movement in higher education in this regard too. We also need, I think, the development of certificates, research and doctoral seminars, obviously something that Solar does want to be affiliated with, and certainly, I assume, as the field develops, different institutions will be doing similar initiatives as well. I know from Athabasca University's perspective, our goal and interest is in a certificate and a master's program in data and analytics broadly, but certainly the learning emphasis is quite critical in that regard as well. Now, of course, the capacity building question then is, well, what are you trying to build capacity on? And my point is we need to build capacity on integrated, multi-level tools, techniques, but also research methods and research models. I mean, what does a good learning analytics research project look like? What are the attributes of a good research analytics project? How would we even determine the quality of a project that we would look at and say, that's exceptional, that's going to help move the field forward? The second point is to look at data, openness, ethics, and scope. The big word here is data, but or I should say is ethics, but I'll talk a little bit about openness first. The companies that are doing some of the most interesting things within analytics are actually proprietary companies, and they're not necessarily sharing their algorithms and their insights with the research community. They're developing interesting things that are now being rolled out systemically. And this is something that I don't know if I can quite communicate without sounding like I'm getting to the point where I'm getting paranoid or something, because that's not at all what I mean to say with this. But the organizations such as Newton that are now being integrated into university program delivery, where organizations like ASU are essentially a conduit. They buy Pearson content, it's delivered on a Pearson system, it's personalized through the Newton system, and so essentially all ASU has become is a conduit for education. And as a general rule, conduits are helpful, but they're not exactly where you're going to build a huge value point in society. So what's happening is Newton and Pearson are getting the data value of it, and in some cases, even for people who are hosted, let's say in the cloud, or host with Blackboard or other vendors in the cloud, they don't even have access to the full scope of data and analysis opportunities that the company is capturing. So that's a big issue. How do we do that? How do we address that? Well, one of our interests, I think, from a Solar perspective is to make sure we're engaging the vendor community. We want to connect with vendors. We want to integrate vendors in the discussions that we're having and recognize that they play an important part of the learning analytics ecosystem, but we need to recognize the different opinions and the views that exist. Because, as I stated, these vendor-driven innovations are often not available to us to look at, and particularly they're not open, they're not testable, they're not accessible, and as a result of those criteria or those conditions, they're not improvable by researchers and in different labs and different spaces. As you can tell, I'm running through a lot of huge ideas and pretending they only exist in one slide. So now you know everything about those topics. Another one is openness. So this is something that I was glad John rapped LAK's knuckles yesterday when he emphasized, some would say overemphasized, no, I'm just kidding. He emphasized openness and the fact that EDM has an open journal, anyone can access it. That is a limitation. And as we mentioned, Simon and Dragan and Phil, when they stood up and announced the Learning Analytics Journal on Tuesday morning, emphasizing that it would be an open access journal. Our conference proceedings are closed with the ACM affiliation, which is important for a lot of researchers, especially in a European context where research funding doesn't happen, or your opportunity to travel to present a paper doesn't happen unless you are in a reviewed or a reasonably well-cited or indexed publication. So from our case then, we want to emphasize with learning analytics openness through the form of our journal, but that's a real issue. But openness goes beyond just the publication. It's about the data sets that researchers and students can play with. It's about the transparency of the algorithms and how things are weighted, particularly dropping down to the fourth point so that they can be rendered culturally or more appropriate settings. We can design a brilliant algorithm for personalization that might reflect sort of, Canadian or American or European ideals or views of education, but you drop that into a Chinese context or into an African context, and you have to challenge or rethink your assumptions. For example, one of the big things we've talked about at this conference is Student success, completion rates. Well, the issue with completion rates is that that is a very heavy US-centric problem. Canada to a degree as well, but if you go to a lot of countries in Europe, completion rates aren't as critical an issue because they have a different structure of enrollment, and a lot of universities in North America at least are waking up to completion rates because they need the tuition dollars from students. So it's not necessarily the ulterior, well, okay, in theory it probably is partly the ulterior motives of, you know, graduating more students, but a big part of it also is if we need to keep them longer so we can meet our budget criteria because the state is cutting our funding. Anyways, those are the cultural, we need to be able to customize and change these things. And of course, the big challenge arises around data ownership. You know, who owns the data that I contribute to an LMS system? And for me, more importantly, is who owns the analysis of that data that's being used? I mean, do I have access to be able to see what others see? And that brings up this huge issue of ethics. ASU, for example, did an interesting study, or started one. It did clear the research board. I was actually one of the co-founders of Blackboard that took this on. And they did swipe card data analysis. So they looked at how students move through the university system by analyzing swipe card data. And you might think, well, it's clever on one level, sure, but there's all kinds of ethical issues that, you know, were the students informed that swipe card analysis was happening? I mean, data in a lot of ways is a transactional entity, right? I'll give you my data if I get a product or a value or a service in between. It's the relationship we have with Google, it's the relationship we have with Facebook. But in a lot of cases when we go to university, we don't expect a data transactional relationship. We think it's a monetary transaction relationship. But so it's just something to think about. The ethics component is enormously unsettled, and we spent a good portion of our learning, our linked data analytics workshop talking about exactly that. Right? The ethics. What can we do? What can't we do? What's appropriate? What's not? What should students see? What should we see? And you know, the list just keeps going. So one of the big thorns, again, thinking about moving analytics forward, one of the big thorns in our side is how do we address the ethics question? And I'd particularly strongly emphasize that researchers and participants in the analytics community are proactive in defining this. That we put our statement of principles out in advance so that people realize these are the guidelines by which we conduct analytics in a learning context, because the difficulty always is if you don't regulate yourself, there's a benefit of someone else outside coming and regulating you, and that's generally not favorable. The scope of data capture, you know, one of the things I've heard here is certainly it's been a very LMS-driven talk about analytics, and it's also been quite driven from a data-only view of analytics. And so we need to broaden the scope of data capture, because if our learning analytics activity is confined to an LMS, we're capturing a fraction of the actual activity going on, and we're certainly not going to find the big insights into learning if we confine it to that space. So we need to move beyond an LMS space and certainly move beyond digital-only view of analytics. Now, I don't know if I'm not necessarily advocating that we need, you know, a Microsoft Connect in each classroom and you can sort of track your students as they move and get your right images and capture that, or that we start tracking students via mobile devices. But for research projects, those might be activities that are worth engaging in, because when you think at the end of the day, you know, your mobile device is really the portal that bridges your physical and your digital identities more and more. And so those are spaces where we might want to start looking at thinking about research. Integration and usability, I mean, these are huge concepts, but certainly we need to find better ways to bring data sets in relation to each other. Obviously, the PAR project that WCET's done that was referenced, I think I referenced it yesterday actually, is a significant one in trying to normalize or harmonize data definitions. But it goes well beyond that when you're talking about it at a systems level. You know, are you going to, when you roll out your analytics initiatives in a university, are you going to be able to bring in your student information systems, your library information systems, your LMS data, your movements through the university campus data? Are you going to be able to bring all of those together? Because there's, on the one hand, with analytics, each additional node provides an exponential value to the potential analytics capacity, but by the same account, there are growing ethics concerns, but there's really technical issues about integrating data sets and how we harmonize those. And one of the things that we shared from a Solar perspective last year, and you can look at this on our main website, is what we're calling an open learning analytics architecture. It's something that we are hoping to develop that put it a variety of ways. It's an intent to be a Moodle for the learning analytics space. I don't think it's a far reach to state that within the next decade, universities will begin to develop analytics level, enterprise level systems that have an analytics slant to the same degree that we now have other ERPs, our CRMs or LMSs or student information systems. because analytics is one of those things that initially I thought, well, maybe it'll just get integrated in each of these different disciplines, but I'm increasingly convinced that because the value of the analytics is the multiple data sources, so I'm convinced that that'll be integrated into a specific analytics tool. And so our interest is in making sure that researchers have the capacity for openness with those open learning analytics concepts. But anyways, the white paper's on the website, so you can look at it in more detail if you're interested. Another one is the targets of analytics activity, and this is where we start getting more down into this learning discussion, right? Because a lot of what we've talked about so far has been, I figured this out, I did this analysis, and boom, I gave you a beautiful graph that tells you exactly how, the social graph of how people are connected. And the big point for me still ends up being, if we're talking analytics, so what? Give me a nice graph, so what? So as I've stated previously, analytics is the data visualization or whatever, the outcome of an analytics process is not insight generation, it's question generation. Why is that? That's an odd pattern. Why are students connected that way? Or why did those students that were involved in this particular group fare this much better in whatever learning activity we've assigned than students that were in this group? Or why is that this particular person, whenever, is a black hole for grades or marks, for other students around? Why does working in a peer group with this individual reduce whatever? Or for teachers, why is it some educators, when they're taking a certain kind of student, they can raise at-risk students to a higher level than another educator, right? So these are the kinds of questions that analytics should prompt us to ask. So I think it's critical to think about moving learning analytics beyond sense-making or beyond a technical activity to moving it into something that is more of a sense-making activity for the breadth of stakeholders involved in education. I'll give you a great example. This next screen is a visualization of what I look at as an effective sense-making visualization. So I'll just give you a second to absorb it in all its glory. So that's actionable data right there. No, I think the point is that at the end of the day, you want something that students are able to kind of play with and move around. But the bigger challenge around analytics, and even I was listening to David and did a great talk yesterday looking at some of Bloom's work. And so the question, though, I had in the back of my mind is, it's a grade-based question. And so we start to wonder, how much is the current evaluation model influencing our design for what we need to do with learning analytics? It's just a question. I don't necessarily have a particular opinion on it, but I'm emphasizing it's a question that we need to think about. Or this notion here from Gaping Void, this sense of, George, I'm sure he wrote it specifically for me. But it's this sense that, we're part of the system, we're trying to function within the system, but at the end of the day, what we say we're doing is really just replicating and duplicating what everyone else is doing. So it's about thinking, can analytics be developed significantly beyond this model of pretending we're tweaking the system from the inside, but really that's just a way to cope with our guilt and knowing that we're doing damage to our students in the process. So what do alternative or innovative or new learning institutions look like? And that's not a question that we know. At this stage, at least. And anybody who tells you that they know what the future of education looks like is probably wrong, because it's sort of an inherent principle of complex systems that they're largely unknowable. You can create a series of potential arrays looking into the future, but by and large, they're unknowable from the perspective of where we sit today, because we don't know how these factors will combine and come together. If you would have asked me in September 1, 2008, where we were going for higher education versus asking me November 1st, 2008, I would have given you dramatically different responses in both instances, because of, obviously, things happen. And so when we start saying, this is the future of education, it's MITx, well, maybe, but there's a lot of other factors that are at play. And so we need to make sure that as we're thinking about analytics, we recognize that, as I stated early on, it's about whether we lock down education more, we actually liberate and open it up more and make new learning analytics or new learning research more relevant than perhaps it's ever been. Okay, so what about some of these connections to related fields? And this is something that's come up on a few occasions. My perspective, at least in this regard, is that as long as someone's doing the work, I would much rather connect to others who are doing work than to try and duplicate what's happening somewhere else. I mean, that's really the way you can manage and make sense of complex phenomena. It's connected specialization. The obvious illustration that, no one person can build a 747. Like, no one person in the world can build it, literally. because it's just too much connected, too much specialized information that's required in doing that. And our education system is moving in a similar direction, where we need to recognize that if there is good quality research happening, let's say within the learning sciences space, or if it's happening within the educational data mining society, wherever that good research is happening, we need to ferret that out so we don't have a vacuum-based solar group where we're quoting and citing each other extensively and feeling good that we're among friends. But at the end of the day, we don't necessarily have those broad connections that give us insight. And the reason for that is not everyone has one of these. This is, some of you may recall him as our keynote speaker last year, Tony Hurst. He's a brilliant fellow. I just want to see if I can quickly bring up one of his visualizations that he's been playing on. I was just amused by this because, first of all, a variety of things. One, it's a good example of how quickly somebody who is reasonably competent with tools and technologies can start to do some analytics work. So he put together, I guess because he was bored, I'm not sure what it is about UK weather. Maybe that keeps him indoors and on the verge of madness. But so he put together a 42-page document that he shared this morning of his analysis of Twitter feeds that have gone on the conference. And I won't go through all those in detail, but I mean, he's got, you know, apparently some people are just tweeting all the time, loser. And the list goes on. So he's put together how retweets are modeled or related to one another, who retweets whom, under what kinds of context is that happening. And the list keeps going. The Microsoft factor. And so as you keep going down, you see just the sheer quantity of aggregated tweets, and I mean, the list goes on. He's got everything from a simple Wordle cloud to give you a sense of what's actually been happening in the discussion, to the drop-off of tweets depending on what time of the day this stuff's actually happening. And so this is just a simple example. When I look at something like this, it's an illustration of, with a limited amount of time, with somebody who has too much time, can pull together a very interesting illustration of analytics activities in Twitter. And, you know, most surprisingly, I find this one actually quite impressive. Now, reach and influence, this is always a thing. You can talk about it like it's an awesome thing, but that doesn't necessarily mean that much. You always have to question the, you know, the superficial analysis. But this one here is the cumulative effect of the tweets relating to LAK 11 when aggregated across all the followers, all the people actively tweeting, is well over 200,000 people that have in one way or another come in contact with LAK 12. Now, of course, the question relates to what's the actual impact of that. I mean, that's sort of that's one of those illustrations where it doesn't give you insight so much as it causes you to ask more questions. But anyway, I just wanted to emphasize that's the challenge around the analytics space, is developing the right skills and capacity, because there aren't too many Tony Hursts in the world, and so as a result, we need to rebuild him and various data and analytics teams, because analytics really is a multi-person, multi-skill activity. And it will get more so. As we get more refined and more detailed in the tools, in the techniques that we utilize, these analytics tactics will require more and more a team-based approach and less that one lone genius that's able to figure everything out. But there are still some enormous issues that I don't even have a chance of being able to answer here. On the one hand, what's the balance point between computers and people? And to a degree, this actually flows directly out of a conversation that Eric had yesterday and that John had at the panel as well. And I know, David and Simon introduced it as well. But it's this notion of what do computers do and what do people do? You know, and the value of an end-user experience that honors or sort of gives respect to the human dimension of the learning process, rather than, you know, robo-grading or whatever else is involved. So the balance point between people and computers is one that's sort of shifting a little bit, but the hype right now would lead you to believe, with Google self-driving cars and other examples, that it's all machines all the time. And there's something about that that's unsettling, but at minimum it needs to be questioned whether that's actually the case and whether we need to push back against that hype. The short answer is yes. Now, the other question that is important, and this is, I'm not sure if Janet Colliner is here this morning, but okay, great. She asked a very important, series of important questions when she stepped up to the microphone throughout the conference. But one of the ones that she was addressing yesterday is this what's the role of theory, in terms of this discussion? There's a fairly broad movement in the data science field, if we can call it data science, that states it all emerges from the data. Right? In fact, Wired did an article 2008 where they looked at the end of the scientific method was their declaration. Right? With enough data, we just crunch it, and that's where we get our insight. Now, if you've ever interacted with someone like Tony, you'll realize that critical creative questions are actually the start of all insight, not necessarily an algorithm. But just want to emphasize, that's one of the things we have to think about is what is the role of theory when we start approaching educational data sets? Is it to validate existing theory? Do we approach it as a scientist does with a hypothesis that we're going to evaluate and determine whether this is actually the truth, or is it something that's more of a theory emergence model where we're hoping we're going to collect a boatload of data, run regressions until we're back to primitive man, and then suddenly end up with a novel insight that blows our minds? I mean, these are kinds of things that we haven't talked about much, but if we want to move forward from learning analytics as a space, as an intellectual and as a scientific practice, then we do need to start thinking about the relationship between learning, research, design, and the kind of results that we're getting, because not surprisingly there's a relationship there. And so we need to think more about that. And so when I look at what is it that we need to do, or if we're years down the road, how will we know that we've been successful with some of the foundational work that's been done last year and the work that's being done this year? And I certainly don't have an answer. I have 2 quick points that I would look at would be starting points, and we could probably brainstorm and add this list at length. The first thing I would say, we know that SOLAR has been successful if we have research-informed tools for analytics that are being used in practice, not just in labs. And I will say, I mean, without any backing evidence other than random opinions, I will say I have this sense that the learning analytics space holds significant promise for a tighter researcher-practitioner relationship than traditional educational research does. And I think I'm getting a thumbs up, so that's now been validated. You can write that. You can cite it even. And peer-reviewed. But the point is that because this relationship is tight, the tools that we're developing are collecting data that are being implemented at the point of use, which can then reflect back into additional tool development. And so we're going to have, I hope, an iterative cycle where we've stopped divorcing the research activity with the practitioner activity. So there's a potential there, and I think that's why the research-informed tools are going to be quite critical as an outcome of SOLAR and the LAK conferences in general. The second aspect is equally critical to the development of tools, but that is contributions to the science of learning. Understanding, what is the impact of certain instructor activities, or what is the outcome of learners that do X versus learners that do Y. Getting at, and I do think there, and I remember, I wish I had the quote off the top of my head, it was from an educational psychologist, and he was writing in, I believe it was one of the psychology journals, and he stated his enormous confidence in the educational data mining community, redefining learning and giving an unprecedented level of insight into learning. And I think they're maybe a little overstated, but I do believe it's reasonably accurate to say that we're going to understand a lot more about the learning process in the decade ahead through data and analytics than we've been able to understand for decades past with the research models we've adopted. Now, that's perhaps, again, a bit overly ambitious, but certainly the prospect at least is there, and to a large degree the question is a matter of how we play the cards. A couple final slides as I wrap up here. One of the big issues, and I really do appreciate, obviously, the enthusiasm and the energy that the conversation going on in the hallway and people I've certainly interacted with. So one of the questions becomes, what are we missing within LAK? I've sort of laid out a series of 4 criteria that I think are foundational to defining the analytics space. But the question is, what's missing? When you were here at this conference, what didn't you like? What was wrong? And I guess really the big point I would emphasize with that is, own the solution. One of the ways we've structured SOLAR right now is where we don't want to define the structure for people to do what we've decided. We want to have enough structure to be able to facilitate the exchange of ideas, but we also want those of you that are new to the space or perhaps just migrating from another field that are saying, wow, there is something in this analytics space, I'd like to be more involved in it. Well, let us know. We'd love to have people who come up and say, I want to own this particular problem within the learning analytics space. Or, this year I thought there were too many demos at the conference. Can I join the steering committee for the, next year's conference for evaluation review? Whatever. I mean, I'm just saying that we are far from a perfect space yet, and we are very fortunate, I believe, to have a very egalitarian mindset currently in the community around the steering committee, the executive committee, and just the general group here. So there's a real sense of camaraderie where we're sort of picking at different pieces together, and there's a bit of an energy, as Barry Wellman said, sort of the potential birth of a discipline. couple points if you're aware of. This is now you're into the infomercial part, the sham wow kind of stage. So one, if you're interested in getting involved with solar, there's certainly opportunities. You can approach any of the steering committee members around founding organizations, either from a university or corporate perspective. We have a series of universities that have committed to being founding institutions within the learning analytics, within solar. And basically it's a commitment over a 3-year period just to give us the legs until we're more established. And we also have several corporations that have expressed interest and signed on as well. I want to emphasize the conference that Purdue is organizing. As close as you can come to saying learning analytics has a birthplace, that would be Purdue on many levels. So this practitioners event is going to be held October 1st to 3rd. Mark it in your calendar if you're interested. I'm sure John Campbell, Kim Arnold, and others within that organization will be giving us updated information on what's happening and when. So be aware of that. I referenced this earlier. Distributed Research Lab, I think there's a big opportunity here in order to address a lot of the various elements we've been looking at. So we're looking specifically at doctoral students and other academics or researchers that want to play a space or play a role in helping to contribute to the research within the field in an interdisciplinary nature, because my ideal goal would be someone who has a brilliant view of being able to ask provocative questions of data but might not have the technical expertise to be able to ask those questions, can begin to partner with others who have complementary skill sets. Again, emphasizing connected specialization. So on that note, I think we might have time for questions, but I'm not sure who's emceeing. Anyway, that's it, I'm done.
Hi, George. Great stuff. So here's one question. Should LAK accept papers that could easily have appeared anywhere else? And if not, what's the difference?
Well, first of all, I think redundancy is healthy in any kind of a vibrant ecosystem. So it's not that we all have to settle on only one bird will fly in this particular ecosystem. So I think if there was an application around the paper that would inform some of the principles that we've defined as research areas within LAK, I would say yes, and it would be beneficial on some levels in terms of diversifying the discourse. But I think if we were to accept a paper from an EDM community, we would have to ensure that it fits with this integrated, holistic kind of perspective that we've been talking about. You know, what's the impact? Can you move that to a sense-making model? Can you take it to the next step, moving it to potential practitioner base? Not 100% practitioner, but so I think the short answer would be yes, because the concepts from EDM are relevant, but there needs to be that reflection within the LAK community. Just like I would expect, let's say someone within EDM would have the capacity to accept the LAK paper if it addressed their technical requirements for a quality research paper, and then, of course, met the needs they had, even though it moved more toward a sense-making model. And the reason I say that is, you know, for a variety of reasons. One is sometimes conferences just happen at different times of the year, so it might just be a matter of you missed the EDM deadline for submitting your brilliant paper, but you want to get it out as fast as you can, so you might as well target LAK as well. But I think I'm not sure if there's a subtext to your question, but I do believe that we need to make sure that those papers that are accepted from related disciplines recognize the nature of the community that they're submitting a paper to, and that their conclusions or their methods or their approaches are aligned with that community.
So the presentations at the conference this year have been heavily skewed towards higher education and workplace and informal learning. How can we more effectively engage primary and secondary education in this work?
That's a terrific question, because a lot of the activity, if you look at Dreambox and other analytics tools that are targeting the K-12 sector, that's where a good chunk of the activity is happening from an analytics end. I don't know how you can target it other than encouraging the researchers within faculties of education or related disciplines to become affiliated or be involved with the EDM community or within the LAK community to the degree that they're able. I also think that certainly the work that SRI has done with the paper that was put together with the U.S. Department of Education, that was essentially focused on the K-12 space, so I know there's certainly a discourse that's happening within that area. But beyond that, I don't know what we could do specifically to target greater participation from that discipline.
George, thanks for a great conference. I'm most interested in applying this work in a higher education setting. So what does learning analytics as a field have to say about implementation and research into how do you move innovations into the classroom and engaging, onboarding instructors, that type of work?
Yeah. Well, that's significant in terms of obviously the impact. You want to be able to have that relationship to practice. I don't know what kind of a model we could adopt yet in terms of making that happen. Probably there's more than one approach, but one certainly would be to develop tools that are like Snap. Again, I'll go back to Snap, the tool that Shane's been developing. It takes you 5 minutes to pop into your browser as a plugin. You go to your Moodle forum or your Blackboard forum or Desire to Learn forum, and you can run a fairly complex social network analysis. It might take you a little bit of time to figure out what in degrees and out degrees mean and what's bubble size mean and those. So that might take a little bit of time, but the point is you've got this sort of elevator pitch for a learning analytics tool. And I think other than a few individuals, certainly in the research space, they need to be, ramp up their competence with Gephi and R and with other tools or tool sets in general. Certainly the SAS suite, they're probably the most integrated or most complete set of analytics tools that I've seen from any company. So you need to be familiar with those. But if you're looking at making sure that research that comes out of analytics labs has an impact in what happens in classrooms or in online courses, I think it's all about usability of the tools. It's how long does it take someone to figure it out, how intuitive is it, and it gets back to Eric's point yesterday about the end user experience.
Hi, I was delighted to hear you mention the open source issues and the problem, or the issues around proprietary software and the control of data. It makes me think that maybe something we could add to the list would be the way in which the regulatory frameworks of the different states which we're operating in, as they control the education system, as they control the markets, as they control the financial systems which determine who gets into the education system and who doesn't, how those impact on the meanings which we can make from the data which emerges out of those. That is, I'm suggesting we need to cast our net a little wider, perhaps.
Yeah, and I should emphasize, too, there's a variety of definitions out there these days, and I'm not horribly confined to saying we must define learning analytics. Some of you may recall the joyous running through the meadow days of early learning objects when you could easily spend 4 or 5 years trying to define what a learning object is. I'd be ideally, we wouldn't do that with learning analytics. But it's worth emphasizing there are different dimensions to it. So you have this notion of academic analytics, which I would say target much more so that, the admin level, the kinds of questions that, let's say, a VP would be asking about, how should I allocate resources based on, whatever, completion rates are based on incoming student numbers or what. So that's an academic analytics question. Analytics more broadly, I'm not sure if we want to move quite into the business intelligence space on this topic yet, but more broadly, analytics do include what happens between institutions so that granting agencies, or student loan agencies or student support agencies have better information on what's happening with the loans that they're granting and otherwise. So I think what you're getting at into casting a broader net, I think it would be more so about connecting to those other spaces where analytics activity is happening and recognizing that, and this has been our specific focus because there is a lot going on with EDM and there is a lot going on with business intelligence, and trust me, these, your Lucians and other organizations that, Blackboard Analytics, they're selling analytics tools to administrators already. So those meetings are well underway, and in some cases I think administrators are buying tools not necessarily knowing what the systemic impact of those tools will be and if it's even the right tool in the first place. But it's a compelling case because you go to enough conferences and someone tells you you're inadequate and inefficient if you don't have our platform. After a while, it's sort of the Viagra effect, right? You buy just because you've seen enough commercials. Not speaking out loud, by the way, personally. So those are the kinds of challenges that people do face at an admin level, right, where they have to focus on. Their need of analytics is going to be very different. So when we started talking learning analytics, we really targeted learning. That relationship between the educator and the learner, or learners between learner, it does reach into other parts of the organization, but I think those spaces are going to be naturally filled more rapidly by vendors. The learning-student relationship, I think, is one that as educators or as researchers within education needs to be guarded, or at least needs to be specifically targeted.
George, following on, I guess, those last two comments and questions, it really seems that this has an impact on tools as well in terms of kind of where the intervention should arise or should be directed. Intervening with individual learners and trying to actually make a difference in learners themselves. But also I know that institutions are very much interested in learning analytics as it impacts instructors and how to change instructors and make them better instructors. But also I think looking further to academic programs, tuning academic programs based on analytics results, institutional plans, even kind of recruitment and enrollment shaping and all those other sorts of things. So there's a wide range of stuff. And one of the problems I think that we often face, education is a big business. And here is kind of another tool that, or another suite of tools that opens up so many possibilities that it is going to be really hard, I think, to remain focused. And so should this be learner analytics or learning analytics or which?
I imagine that may be something that will be defined by the discipline as much as, you know, what we might hope it would be. But I would say ideally, and this is the issue, Al actually, he was on the panel where Linda and Don were presenting, and Al mentioned, you know, you can make a good bit of progress. There's ethics issues, obviously, around learning analytics, but there's ethics and ego issues around academic, like analytics on faculty. And so that raises the bar. I mean, that's going to be a tough battle. I know Texas A&M attempted to do this, and there was, I mean, I think they actually did some goofy stuff with how they were trying to evaluate faculty, but that's off topic. But Texas A&M did this, and it wasn't well received. I remember years ago, I was at Red River College in Manitoba, and we wanted to start doing faculty evaluations online. There's no such thing as a quick improvement process where faculty are involved in terms of data collection. It took us years to get a simple survey online, instead of paper, to do it online. So I think that's going to be a similar issue. There's going to be strong faculty pushback around, you know, analytics on the faculty members themselves. But so whether it's ideally, I would say learning, which would include the scope of the relationship. It would include the institution and the services it provides to the learner. It would obviously include the learner, it would include the academic, it would include the policy and the decision and support structure that surrounds that particular relationship. Where it looks at, you know, funding and academic funding, and that's getting into the academic analytics space. But my personal plug would be the entities that are involved in producing an effective learning experience, however you define effective, are the ones that need to be involved within or under the microscope of the analytics process.
Morning, George. Thanks for food for thought, as always. I think, but I'm not sure, that you mentioned on one of the slides that you wanted to go beyond just capturing digital activities. Or maybe I just read that because it's one of my current obsessions, and then I think, oh, he's probably mentioned what I worry about. But did you actually mention that? And if so, could you expand a little bit on that? Because I know that, for instance, in EPFL in Lausanne, they're doing some work on using microphones and then analyzing the audio to figure out what's going on in the classroom. Any other thoughts, any other examples? What were you thinking of when you put that on the slide?
Yeah, I think our thinking is somewhat in line in that regard, which is actually a compliment to me, not you. Anyway, no, I'm getting wise. No, anyway, so in that regard, the collection of data that is already, you know, that happens in, let's say, spaces like this. You know, it is a physical meeting, a physical space, and the outcome of that is something that generally isn't captured. I mean, it is now, it's recorded, but, you know, probably won't do much with analytics. So the fact that we're LMS-centric in analytics, I think, is negative. It's unfortunate. The fact that people think, oh, learning analytics equals online learning, which also, I think, is unfortunate. And there's a text that Ian Pentland did a while ago at MIT called Honest Signals, which begins to indicate options that we might have to collect signals that occur in physical interaction spaces and how we can gain insight from capturing what's happening there and analyzing it. Whether it is, now of course, this is where the ethics issue ramps up to the front much faster than even in learning analytics, because now you're recording people and now you're observing their interactions. I saw one study that had RFID tags with school-age students, and it tracked how these students moved through a schoolyard and how they moved through the hallways and how they connected with one another. It's interesting from an insight perspective. You know, we can get novel understanding of it, but the important emphasis for me is that we consider the learning process in our analytics capture. So if we're going to collect physical world data, my question is, what are we hoping to get? What kind of questions can't we answer with our current data sets that we're going to get from this new one? So, okay, thanks. Where's that stop sign?
It's right up here.
Oh, shoot.
Back to the question before Eric. I wonder if as we talk about the ethics of this, we need a what's good for the goose is good for the gander sort of rule of thumb. I mean, should a faculty member who's not willing to have data on them and their behavior collected and analyzed and reflected back to them to help them be better, be permitted to engage in those activities with student data? Right? How does we as faculty, how many times do we put things on students we would never, ever let anybody put on us, right? So does there need to be some kind of statement of belief or statement of support that faculty can sign on to say, I believe in data. I believe that analyzing data and being thoughtful about it can help us be better. And because I believe that's true, not only am I going to do it to you, students, I'm willing to let it be done to me. And if you're not willing to let it be done to you, do you really have a right to do it to students?
No, I think that's a great point. It's obviously ethical, procedural, political point, but I think you're right on. If you want to play in the analytics space, it cuts both ways. Yeah. And if you want people to sign on, that's always. I'm not sure if you're literally saying you got to sign on the line. Okay, if you literally want them to, that may end up being like a declaration of faith, which may be challenging for some people to actually agree to. But I do think that the point. What we're doing with analytics is system-wide. I mean, it's not, you're holding a mirror up to yourself as much as you're holding it up to students. And I know years ago, I was actually in Memphis, and I was chatting with John Baker from Desire to Learn, and I made the point that analytics need to be student-facing. I mean, great that because I remember I'd go into these LMS systems early on, I would see who's logged on when and how long do they spend on time, and I always thought, why don't students see this stuff? Because knowing about yourself, and we had that one presentation, I think Veronica did the one on looking at the quantified self, which has significant opportunities with education, is give students the tools to understand themselves, not just give educators the tools to understand students. So there's multiple levels of reflection here.
Yeah, so not just why don't students see that data about themselves, why don't students see that data about you? Yeah. Why don't students see how many papers are laying in your inbox ungraded? How long the oldest one has been there? Yeah. It's all the things that you could see if you wanted to look at it that a supervisor could see if they wanted to actually look at your performance. Yeah. Either we believe this or we don't. Can't have our cake and eat it too.
There was a few people that cringed. Few people cringed when you mentioned the ungraded papers in your inbox. John.
Yeah, the mood has entirely dropped now.
David does that.
Well, first of all, I mean, stroke your ego. Brilliant talk, George, of course. And I share your fear of hardening. Particularly at this early stage. But I wonder if the model that you present, which I think is a little different from some people's perception here at least, of the learning analytics field, might actually reinforce or cause that kind of hardening. I like the analytics engine. It's about your engines. I like two of your engines. I like the analytics engine. I like the intervention engine, especially because that involves people, so it's about soft stuff. I'm really worried about the personalization and adaptation part of that. And this goes back to the intelligent tutoring system kind of models which are popular with the other guys. Yeah. And it goes to the user modeling and adaptive hypermedia things, which, again, the other guys. Should we really be looking at, particularly at this relatively immature stage, be looking at doing this, which would almost inevitably harden and force us down roads that you and I would hate to go down?
It's a great question. I haven't thought about it extensively, to be honest, and certainly need to spend time reflecting on the points that you're making there. I agree that the intervention engine or the recommendation and the personalization engine is an issue. Two quick illustrations. I've used these previously, you might have heard it, but you know, my Amazon account, if as a loving parent, never let your children get on your Amazon account, right? Because I can get references that range from Stuart Kaufman to, I don't know, bare-chested men riding on horses, right? So it's some kind of romantic type novel kind of effect. So there's that real, because she purchased on my Amazon account. Or sometimes YouTube is just ignorant, for lack of a better word. I had one where I had viewed IBM's Natita analytics model, and what they gave me as a recommendation was Britney Spears, Hold It Against Me. And they said, because you watch this, you'll like, you know, this Britney Spears. I didn't see if I liked it, but maybe I should have. They may have been onto something. But I think you're exactly right, because if the intervention is reduced or the personalization is reduced to an algorithm, it's like David said yesterday in his talk up here, is that, you know, the best form of personalization, especially for impacting education results, is that one-to-one educator-student model. So I think part of the issue with personalization is ramping it up on a larger scale, and you know, in the terms that you expressed well in your presentation, you harden parts of the soft aspects of the system in order to do that, to make that scaling happen, and you lose quite a bit. So important questions to think about. Thanks.
So we've learned from George this morning we shouldn't buy our Viagra through our Amazon account.
I hadn't thought of that.
The point, I just want to make a follow-up to David's comment. Because faculty think that they're not gathering or not allowing data to be collected, doesn't mean that this data is not out there in the social networks. The students know who the good teachers are already. And it's interesting, when we were recently doing some hiring, and one of the things on the selection committee came up and said, well, have you checked their ratings on ratemyteacher.com or ratemyprofessor? So that data is out there, and the question really becomes the question of who's going to control that data. Is it better to be in a position where you control the use of that and the fair use of the data and make sure that what's happening is real and valid, or are you just going to rely on data that's in social networks that's totally spurious?
Well, I guess that gets to the issue of this notion of structured and unstructured data and what's appropriate and what's acceptable. And you have things like Cloud, for example, that have attempted to assign a value statement to data that's collected on individuals through social media. But you're absolutely right. I mean, the quality of your assessment is obviously going to be influenced by the quality of the data that you're collecting. And in a lot of cases, it's crap data that we're dealing with. Good point.
Hey, well, David's comment also sort of got my hackles up. One of the things I'm wondering about here is what have we learned, or from the history of IT development in general? We don't shove systems down people's throats. There is great advances in the human-computer interaction design, starting from participatory design, even issues of participatory action research that bring a lot better ways into thinking about the stakeholders, all of them, the students, the teachers, the administrators, into the design process. So some of the contemporary ideas of value-sensitive design moves into the ethics area. And just, you know, one thing that is missing is that whole talk about design here. So.
Yeah, and Lori, Lori LAK here, who's done a lot of thinking, probably in the learning analytics space, most thinking about than probably anyone else does in this space. And one of the things there is understanding, you know, exactly how do we develop our tools and our methods in relation to the application and the kinds of things that we're designing educationally. Fortunately, and we've had this experience at Athabasca University, Terry Anderson and John Drawn have been involved in rolling out The Landing, which is a social space, I'll call it, because John gets mad at me if I call it a network site. It's a social space, and we found early on that there's a different metric of developing tools that involve people doing things than if you have tools that involve managing data. So if you have a student information system, you architect the whole bloody thing, ram it down everybody's throats, rewrite your organizational procedures, and this is how we're going to do stuff. If you're going to have a tool that's going to involve a human being on the receiving end or interacting with it, it's a completely different design model. And both John and Terry have modeled that, I think, very well within Athabasca at least. Just the iterative, progressive nature of these technologies that co-evolve with the individuals in the space. That they provide suggestions and feedback. It continues to change. So it sounds very much in line with the concepts that you mentioned. It's an important point.
Just to indicate, because we are running out of time, we'll take just these two last questions. Thanks.
Okay, I'll answer them quickly.
You're going to cut me off. Okay. Thanks a lot. A lot of interesting food for thought that you've raised for us here today. Just 2 comments and a question. One, with what Carolyn said and responding to David's comment, I think the notion of us doing stuff to students and them doing it to us, that language disturbs me a little bit. And I think one thing that I've seen in a lot of presentations that were very strong this last couple of days was opening up a space for partnership. What does this data allow us to do with students? So I just encourage people to start thinking about the language we're using and how we're framing those questions.
Great point.
Fair enough.
Anyways, we approve of your comment.
Okay. The other piece of the puzzle that I've been trying to figure out what felt missing, and I've seen a lot of interesting talks that were focusing on learning and what the students were doing, but I think a piece of the puzzle that we need to also bring in is the design of the educational activity. So we know what subject the students were studying, we know they were doing a discussion, but discussions can be used in lots of ways. So how are they thinking about that playing into the educational activity? And certainly you can leave that for the interpretation of the instructor, but I think it actually informs a lot the kinds of things that we start collecting and showing back to people. And I thought one piece of the puzzle, the way to bring that in, may be inviting some people who aren't here yet to join the conversation. I think there's a lot of work that's been done in educational research by people who wouldn't naturally flock to learning analytics or even working in digital spaces that may have something to offer a conversation. Absolutely. So my question is, how do we frame this space in a way that feels open and inviting to people who don't see themselves in that light and don't have an affinity for technical data or means? Yeah.
That's a terrific question, and this actually yesterday Dan and I were walking back from jumping dolphins, and he's the program chair for the conference next year, and he was raising exactly that point, which is great. If program chair is thinking that there's a positive outcome there, but it's this: how do we bring in these other communities that are doing good research, that has important, relevant research for us, but we don't want them to come over here and suddenly, or to a LAK conference and suddenly be inundated with language and concepts that are actually quite prohibitive to engaging in. And I don't know how you can effectively do that, quite honestly. I mean, each field is going to develop nuanced language to describe concepts. But I think certainly what we did this year with EDM, we intentionally reached out to them, and by we I really mean program chairs did. I'm just riding on their coattails. But so they were invited to be here because we knew that was a big part of the conversation. And maybe moving forward to next year, part of what, again, Dan and I were chatting about a little bit yesterday is, finding keynotes from those spaces so that when they come here and they meet what we're doing, they can take some of that back to their own disciplines as well. So I think that's really an option to see who are natural partners for us in this space that we can begin to interact with. So, great point.
And the final question.
Oh, great.
It better be good.
I think I have a little bit of a reflection on some of this. There's an underlying piece in here that I keep hearing, and I heard it in yours today, which was around the LMS as something somewhat evil.
Well, it is. That's why I mainly said it.
So I'm trying to, because some of the things that you said along, why can't we let the students see these data? Why can't we just, LMSs have had that for some time. My tracking, my grades, all those kinds of things. So we're in this situation where it's, and I know how you feel. Sometimes I feel exactly the same way in terms of the LMS because people look at it as a closed box. But modern LMSs aren't like that to the same extent. So why slam it?
Oh, well, partly because you're obligated to in an educational technology conference. It's in the contract when they ask you to speak. No, actually, you know what? There's a few things. First of all, you're right. LMSs have changed. And we've actually had a few conversations with Desire to Learn on this as well. And they've had huge changes to their system, obviously. They've made big improvements. They're thinking pedagogically. More so than they did, not D2L in particular, but more so than LMS vendors did in the late 90s. At that point, it was the technology
I don't
tool.
actually agree with that because a number of us have been part of some of the early parts of that. And I'd say that Murray's original vision was quite pedagogically focused. So I think when you take and you slam them all together and kind of put it into one space, you're not acknowledging all the educators that actually spent a lot of time asking for change to the product, seeing that product evolve, seeing how changes are going over time, and seeing it close down and then open up again.
Well, I think the issue, if I was to say as a whole, have LMSs been good for learning? I would say no. because they have put learners into a box, they have impacted pedagogical design for the negative in many ways. Our LMS is now beginning to change in that regard, and I see, the tool set that I see in D2L now, for example, everything, that ranges from wikis to blogs and they're heavily focused on the analytics space, so there's a lot of things going on now. So I would say that LMSs have come out of the shadow of the valley of death in some regard, because they're now starting to understand more of the social dimensions. There was a time at which, and even Moodle 2.0 is starting to acknowledge the learning that happens in other spaces. What always made me uncomfortable with LMSs is the requirement that if you want to learn, you will learn in our space, not giving students the choice necessarily to blog elsewhere or to write elsewhere in other social spaces and have it aggregated in.
But that wasn't the LMS that did that. A lot of that had to do with some of the early, I think from my perspective when I look at this, there's a lot of faculty members that were just learning how to go online. It helped to scaffold that experience. There are many faculty members that are using inside and outside the LMS the entire time. So I mean, I'm not saying that they're perfect, but I also think that not acknowledging that particular type of product has a space in this, and it also is one of the biggest places we get data from.
Okay. Well, I think we're out of time, so thank you for your comments.
Yeah, thanks much. I would like to thank George for a very inspiring talk and for the excellent Q&A session. So I think George deserves another. And just another quick reminder, Eric's team already printed some flyers for LAK 13, so please come by the registration desk and pick them up. And enjoy your coffee. Thanks.
Can I also just say I've tweeted out a link to the feedback document. We'd love to hear
All right, I think it's time to start. Welcome to this session on social learning analytics. My name is Johan, and I'll be chairing the session. It's my pleasure to introduce the first paper, which is called Social Learning Analytics 5 Approaches, and it's by Rebecca Ferguson and Simon Buckingham-Shum, and Rebecca is going to give us the talk, so please welcome her.
Okay, before I talk, Simon has said, can I please draw your attention to the feedback form? It's going to vanish in a minute, so please note down, it's bit.ly/LAK12 feedback, and your Internet Explorer might not like it. So has everyone managed to scribble that down? Right. So I'm giving the presentation today, but this paper was co-written with Simon Buckingham-Shum, who's sitting at the front here. He's going to come up at the end, wrap up anything that I've missed out, and help me with answering questions. So this is definitely a double-hander. Don't look at it and think it's all down to me. So I'd like to give you some context for our interest in social learning analytics. We come from the Open University in the United Kingdom, which is a distance learning university, which many of you may know. We've currently got 250,000 students. But on top of that, we've got 1.5 million alumni. And our alumni aren't quite like everybody else's alumni, because at any point they may become students again. At any point, they might think, we'd like to do another Open University course, and they may come back. And in fact, some of our students have been studying with us for 40 years now. They came in at the beginning, and they like it so much they've stayed. So we've got a long tail there. We've also got a long tail informally. We've got a lot of things up on iTunes, and we've had 50 million downloads on iTunes. We've got 1 million subscribers on iTunes. We've had 600,000 views on YouTube. We co-produce programs with the BBC, which a lot of people have seen. You might have seen Frozen Planet, things like that. So we've got an even longer tail there, stretching out learners across the world. Not all our learners, even our formal learners, are in the UK. We've got 16,000 learners outside the UK. So we've got a real data bank out there, and we've got a whole load of learners that we're thinking, how can we best support them? How can we keep on supporting them? And one of the ways we're doing this is the Social Learn project, which Simon and I have been working on for several years now, which is developing a social media space tuned for learning. So we've got an LMS, or as we call it, a VLE. We've got a Moodle, where all the formal learning takes place. But we need something to support the informal learning, the times between the formal learning, the things that are going on in the background, the interest-based learning. And I've got a completely blank slide. What's happened there? Okay, why have all my slides gone blank? I can see the next one, but I can't get to it. There we go. Right, it's all right, don't worry. Don't know what happened there. So when it comes to analytics, the OU is well placed in terms of learning analytics because we've been doing learning analytics for about 40 years now. We've had data on students coming in. My department at the Open University, which is the Institute of Educational Technology, has been looking at the data all through that time. We've been looking at retention, we've been looking at success, we've been looking at indicators that students are in risk. We've been giving feedback to course teams. We've been doing that for 40 years. We've got a track record of research. And we've got a lot of data because we've had a lot of students. So a lot of researchers at our university are interested in taking it to the next level. Okay, been there, done that, what can we do next? And we see a new challenge because we see a new environment out there. This is a couple of slides from the Shift Happens video, which probably all of you have seen at some point. That's been out there for 5 years now. And we're currently preparing our students for jobs that don't exist yet, using technologies that have not yet been invented. Now, this is a shift in models. We don't just have content experts now. We can't just model current practice. We need to be preparing our learners for a world that doesn't yet exist, and we don't quite know how it's going to shape up. So we've got to adopt to that sort of educational landscape. We've got to give them the skills to engage with that. So social learning analytics is focusing on how students build knowledge together. And we're looking at it in the context, at the moment, of online social learning. So it's formal and informal learning, and it's networks and it's communities. And we're interested in how can individuals learn more in social contexts. But we're also interested in how can these groups function more effectively to support learning. And when we talk about groups, we're not just talking about the courses and the cohorts of formal education, because we're interested in those, but we're also interested in the networks, the communities, and what James Porgy calls affinity groups. So why social learning analytics at the moment? We think there's a number of drivers behind this. One of the things is we've got this ubiquitous social media now, through which a lot of learning is taking place. So I've put up just some of the tools that I've been using to support my informal learning at the moment. I use Twitter a lot. I use Facebook less. I probably use Google Plus even less. But they're out there and people are using them for learning. But most of this is off the radar for formal education. What do we do with this information? Can we tie into that in any way? So social learning analytics, we're hoping, could provide tools to support learning in these situations. It could support reflection on our interpersonal relationships and interactions, even when we haven't got a tutor around, even when we haven't got a mentor around, even when we're not on a formal course. And we've also got a lot of free and open content out there. I mean, the Open University has been one of the leaders in getting open material up on the internet. But people are doing this all over the place. There is a huge amount of open educational resources, and there's a huge amount of information out there which isn't designated as educational. How do we help learners to navigate that huge deluge of information, to find the things they need, and to evaluate what they're seeing? So I put up there just a tiny snippet from a hashtag community on Twitter, the PhD chat hashtag community. And you can see that in just 4 tweets, they're sharing new ideas. They've got helpful information. They've got useful resources. They're providing a support network. So how can we support the role of social networks in filtering and recommending resources like this? Now, it's become a bit of a cliche to say we're now living in the knowledge age in which the key wealth-generating resource is now knowledge. It's not anymore land or labour or capital. It's now knowledge and has been since 1991. We don't know which knowledge is going to be useful in the future, but we do have an idea about the skills. And people keep trying to formulate these in terms of 20th century skills, 21st century skills, knowledge age skills. I put a couple of the frameworks up there, but there's lots and lots of them out there. So how do we support learners to assess progress in terms of these skills? And we know that these skills involve things like collaboration, communication, evaluation of relationships, that sort of thing. Another reason for social learning analytics, a growth in post-materialist values. A world survey of countries is giving this covered 43 societies, represented 70% of the world's population, and it showed a shift away from hierarchy, authority, conformity, towards autonomy and diversity. So shifting cultural values, how do we support that with learning analytics? And finally, we've got a theoretical framework. We're coming from a socio-cultural background, and that informs all our thinking about learning and about analytics. Now, one of the key aspects of that is that we believe that knowledge is constructed through dialogue. We don't see it as a model where it's transferred from the teacher to the learner. We see that as being constructed. So I've got a screenshot here from Learning Analytics course, one of the MOOCs. There's Dragan up there. He's introducing resources. He's sharing information. He's got a presentation up there. But the learning isn't just going on there. The learning's going on in the chat stream on the left. How can we support that sort of learning? How can we support the dialogues which are putting together effective learning? And also from a socio-cultural point of view, we know we're using tools to develop knowledge, and we know we're doing it in a cultural setting. How do we support that? So my screenshot here is from a conference I went to a couple of years ago, and this is just my screenshot, what I had up on the time. I was in a room with a lot of face-to-face learners, but also I'd got a web page up. I was looking at the reference that the speaker was talking about. I'd got the Twitter stream up, and I'd also got the live stream up. And around the room here, probably you've all got equally complex screens up at the moment. You're not doing one thing at a time. You're using a lot of tools to understand what's going on. How can we use learning analytics to support that? So I'm going to talk today about 5 approaches to learning analytics. These are the approaches that we're working with at the moment. And we're not claiming to reinvent the wheel here. We're drawing on a lot of people's research. We're pulling strands together from a lot of places. And we feel there are 2 sorts of analytics which are relevant here. Firstly, the ones which are obviously social. I mean, social network analytics, the clue's in the name. Discourse analytics, we don't have a lot of discourse unless you're interacting. But also socialized analytics, analytics which you wouldn't necessarily think of as social, but they've got social aspects to them. And we're thinking about how can we draw attention to those social aspects. The content analytics, disposition analytics, and context analytics. So I'm going to go through those 5 sorts of analytics fairly quickly. I'm going to give you an introduction to what we think can be done with them, and then an overview of how we are trying to develop them at the moment at the Open University on the Social Learn platform and with other researchers at the Open University. So social network analytics is probably the most obvious. That's the one we've heard about most at this conference, I think. And that gives us the opportunity to identify the learners, the individuals who support my learning, and people with relevant interests. And people with relevant interests aren't necessarily the people with the same interests, because we're interested in learning relationships. We're interested in expanding people's horizons. We're not interested in an echo chamber. We're interested in people with different ideas as well as the same ideas. And possibly identifying the origins of conflicts. Where have challenges arisen from? Are those challenges being addressed? Do we think those are good challenges? Can we build on those? And those are perhaps from the individual perspective, but also from the group perspective. What sort of groupings support learning? Can we provide feedback to groups as wholes and say, if you changed in this way, we think you'd be more effective learners? So the way that we're addressing this at the moment on the Social Learn project is we have an intern, Bieke, who's over there, working with us from the Open University of Netherlands. She, Martin and Chris, who are all at the conference, have developed a network awareness tool, which they've been using in a primarily face-to-face context up to now, to expose interest groups and relationships, and to help people to understand those and to improve them for learning. We're interested in putting that onto the Social Learn platform and in helping groups to find each other. Now, Social Learn's only been running for a couple of weeks with students at the moment, so we've only got a couple of thousand students. But if we scale that up to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, how do people find each other? How do they find people with relevant interests? How do we filter the resources on the platform? If there are thousands of people, how do you find the ones to support your learning? So we're highlighting the relationships between the individuals and the groupings that wouldn't otherwise be evident. So that's something that Bieke's just started working on. We're quite excited to see how that will develop. Discourse analytics. Discourse is the other analytic form which we feel is primarily social. And we're coming at this from a socio-cultural perspective of learners engaging in dialogue. That shows how they're engaging with the ideas of others, how they relate the ideas to their current understanding, how they explain their point of view. And we've been working with the work of Professor Neil Mercer, who used to be at the Open University, is now at the University of Cambridge. He identified 3 sorts of dialogue which can take place in a learning situation. Disputational dialogue, where we take 2 different perspectives, and one goes, I say A, I say B, nobody shifts, nothing happens, we just disagree, tit for tat. Cumulative dialogue, where I come up with a statement and you say, yeah, that's great, Rebecca, yes. And everyone around the room says, yes, that's great, Rebecca. It doesn't really move us on. You know, it's fine in a learning context. A lot of learning happens that way, but it's not ideal. So we think that what happens in an educational context, what educators are looking for, is the exploratory dialogue, the dialogue which involves challenge and counter-challenge, which involves evaluation of points of view, extension of points of view, and reasoning. So we're interested in analytics which can encourage learners to engage in those forms of dialogue. So once again, we've got an intern working on this. We've got an intern who's come in from the University of Hong Kong. He's working with semantic analysis and machine-based learning. And we're looking at the moment at Illuminate chat and seeing if we can pick out where challenge, reason, evaluation, and extension might happen. And then this is a mock-up of how that sort of analytic might appear. So this isn't a black box analytic. When you're dealing with all the various social factors, I don't think it does to be a black box analytic. It's saying, this seems to be what's happening. You seem to have engaged in reasoning, evaluation, extension, and you haven't engaged so much in challenges. So you've got green squares to show you're doing a lot of that. You've got a yellow circle to say perhaps you're not doing as much. And here's some ideas about how you might develop that in future. So it's encouraging reflection, and it's also giving you some ways of moving on in the future. Content analytics. Now, I'd like to say here that this isn't content analysis. I know we've got a lot of experts in content analysis here, people who've worked with this a lot. Content analytics, we're talking about automated methods to examine, index, and filter online media assets. And these can be used to provide recommendations. Now, this is a socialized analytic because you can see it doesn't necessarily involve any sort of social approach. And we're thinking that when those resources are connected with ratings, with recommendations, with comments, when they've been enriched by social interaction, then those recommendations are that much more powerful. So there's two approaches that are happening at the Open University here that I'd like to talk to you about. The first one, the screen on the top left needs a little bit of description. That's a page from the BBC website. It could be any website. At the bottom is an early iteration of the Social Learn toolbar, which you can take with you to any website. And work by Suzanne Little at the Open University on visual similarity analysis has picked up all the images which are on that page. So the sort of turquoise box is a list of the images on the page. And it then compares those with images in a database, and it can say where it's found those in the database. And they don't need to be the same size, they don't need to be the same proportions, but if it's the same image, her tools can pick that up, and then it can say, I see you're interested in this subject. Did you know that this information also occurs in this YouTube video, because it can do it in video as well? It appears in this course material. So that's one approach that's being taken at the moment. Another very different approach is in iSpot, which I don't think Doug Clow's in the room, but Doug Clow, who's here, is working with iSpot. It's a resource put out by the Open University. You can put up a picture of any living thing which you have spotted out there. It can be a fungus, it can be a bear, it can be a fish, it can be an insect. And you can say, what is this? And within an hour or two, somebody within the community will have come back and said, I think it is whatever. Now, obviously, visual similarity analysis could help us to do that. It could say, well, I've trawled through the database and it looks to me like it's a monarch butterfly. Where the social aspect comes in is where you begin to rate those recommendations and give feedback on those recommendations and say, it might look like a monarch butterfly, but in fact it's not, it's this other thing. Which takes us into another area which Doug is beginning to explore at the moment, about if people give different views to the software, and if they give different views to each other, how do we know who to trust? So that ties into reputation. How do you begin to establish reputation? How do you build reputation into the analytics? If we've established that somebody is an expert in butterflies in the UK, will they actually be an expert in the butterflies of Canada? If they're an expert in butterflies, will they know anything about ladybirds or fish? How do you differentiate? So there's a whole social aspect around reputation going on there. Disposition analytics. This is another approach which we believe is socialized. It doesn't necessarily have to be social, but there is a social dynamic to it. I'm not going to go too much into dispositions here because Simon and Ruth Deakin-Crick gave a very good talk on them the other day. I've put up the title slide there, which you can access on Simon's SlideShare account. Or if you ask him for the reference, he'll give you the reference. I'm sure he's tweeting it at this moment. I can see him typing. But dispositions is a way of rendering visible the mixture of experience and motivation and intelligence that make up your capacity for lifelong learning. And this isn't like learning styles where you say that's the sort of learner you are and you're always like this. This is the sort of thing that you can shift, that you can learn to improve your approaches to learning. So two approaches to this. The first one on the left there, my learning dispositions. I'm going to have to rush now. Right. My learning dispositions is how it's represented at the moment at the LE Spider for a mentored conversation. On the right there is a mock-up of work we've got an intern working on of, at the moment, it's a self-report generated. How could we generate that report from interactions on the social media site? And how can we then feed that into a mentored conversation? I was talking about mentoring analytics yesterday. So the social dynamic there is about the mentored conversation and about the importance of learning relationships within disposition analytics. Context analytics. I'm beginning to rush now because I've only got 5 minutes. Two approaches to context analytics here. One about what is the learner's context. Are you in a formal setting? Are you in an informal setting? Are you learning over a long period of time, or are you doing something very focused? That's one approach. Another approach which came out of the Mobile Learn project, with which Mike Sharples at the OU was one of the leading people, sees context as a dynamic process. So a mobile device can give you options related to your learning. So if you're walking down the street, it can say, I know you're interested in the history of Canada. Did you know that if you go 100 metres in that direction, you'll find some resources about that? You're interested in coastal erosion. If you caught the bus here, you could go and see some examples of it in action. Now, I haven't done very much on this at the moment because we're waiting to get the base platform of Social Learn firmly in place. But this is a mock-up of how this sort of thing could work. An app that you might put on your Android device or on your iPhone device. You can type any learning interest in, and you could say, for example, I'm sitting on an aeroplane, I've got 15 minutes to spare, I'd like to learn something about the history of Vancouver, because that's where I'm going. And it could give you the resources which are in the Social Learn system associated with that. But not just recommendations, recommendations which are based on ratings, which are to do with how people have commented on these, how people have engaged with these resources. So it's a socialised analytic. It's not just an algorithm. There are people involved in it, and it shifts according to what people are doing with it. So very, very quickly, how do we present all this to the learners and to the teachers? We think there ought to be different dashboard views depending on your context. Are you a group leader? Would you like to see what your group's doing? Are you a group member? Are you a learner? Are you a teacher? And there's a lot of analytics there. How can you present them in ways which make sense very easily to the learner? Can you set them up so that the learner can switch them off and switch them on? So we haven't done much on dashboards at the moment. This is an area in which we're seeking funding at the moment because we're very interested in not only how can you develop these analytics, but how can you present them usably to your learners and to your group leaders. So our take-home message here, we believe that online social learning is redefining the learning landscape. So the role for learning analytics here is to enhance the process, and we think it's key that this builds on theories of effective learning, that this isn't data-driven, this has got real theory behind it, and it's got real research behind it. We've shown you 5 classes here of social learning analytics to spark your thinking about the analytics you're working with. What would it mean to interpret those in a social context? How would that change things for you? And we've also told you about Social Learn, the platform we're working on, which provides us with a platform to test these ideas. So I'm going to ask Simon now to come up, pick up on anything that he thinks I've missed out, and then we'll be able to take questions.
No, that was a perfect presentation.
Don't get scared. Since I've been asking everybody that theory question all along, I just want to say that I thought this was very, very interesting with respect to the way that you're using theory to, and the point that you made about the theory being necessary to do these things. And a lot of food for thought. Thank you.
I must admit that in part this presentation was driven by your questions, so you've had an input there.
Thanks for that. That was a really great presentation. I was just, it's more a comment, and I'm just wondering, if we're getting all this kind of information and presenting it from different contexts, do you think there might be a question of overload for students and how they actually effectively use these kind of dashboards and widgets? And if you have any thoughts in that area, or, I mean, it's possibly too early to say, but just...
Yes, we could completely overload people. We also know that people are pretty good at continuous partial attention. But we also know that the so-called, whatever we call them now, Generation XYZ, Net Generation, Born Digital Natives, blah, blah, don't necessarily have very good reflective critical faculties with the online world, and that's partly what we're trying to do here. So yeah, there's an information design challenge, there's a question about how people are monitoring these things and what they do with them. So this for us is, it's a question about literacy, right? It's not, we've talked about the problems that educators may have in trying to make sense of these things when they're getting their educator dashboard. Equally, learners are going to be, if we're presenting them with more than just red, amber, green, but quite rich qualitative, representations, they've got to learn how to read those things. But that's just all part of what the evolution of learning will be as we evolve the environment.
Yeah, thanks for the talk. I was thinking about what would be the effects of these analytics, right? I mean, going back to something like visual programming languages, they make a distinction between tool talk and domain talk. How much are they talking about the tools that are scaffolding the learning processes versus the domain talk, whether it's algorithms or principles of programming languages and so on. And we also know from scientific modeling and science visualization that the issue of transfer is also important, right? I mean, sometimes you show these nice simulations and animations to students and all they get from it is oxygen atoms are blue and hydrogen are white and stuff like that, right? So there is an issue of, there are conceptual issues here, there are questions of transfer, and how do you see those playing out when these kinds of analytics are shown?
Okay, well, I thought oxygen was always blue, right? So, no, I mean, look, I mean, these are maps, right? What is a map? A map is a systematic way of distorting the world for a particular purpose, right? Don't mistake a map for the territory. So, these are new kinds of representations. I mean, anyone who's grown up looking at gaming environments knows that they get all sorts of feedback and stuff. So, I guess I'm not unduly worried about that per se. It's the same challenge. These are just new kinds of maps for reflecting on knowledge and reflecting on your own process.
Just one, but that analogy assumes that maps have a correspondence, right? Maps are made with a particular projection, Mercator or whatever, so they correspond to, a good map has to have some correspondence to reality, but here's, that's the issue here, right? What is the domain correspondence from these analytics to what are they corresponding to the conceptual domains? That's at least where I was getting at, right? So that's
an important question. I mean, you can't put a map in front of somebody if they don't know what the territory is, right? I think Kati was emphasizing that yesterday. She spends a huge amount of time working with people, normal people, not, information visualization researchers, trying to understand what it takes to get something up and running and embedded in their daily work practice. And they have to have an understanding of what they're looking at through this particular lens. What we're arguing here is that the world that we are designing for is one where students and educators have got to they've got to have new languages for thinking about what it means to be successful. So this picks up yesterday on the challenge around the difference between learning and deep learning and course completion or dropout or passing the test. These are new criteria for what it means to be a good learner.
I think also there's the socialized aspect to this, that we're not treating it as a black box, that when you see the analytic, we would hope you'd be able to drill down and see something of what's behind that representation, and also to engage with it. We see a possibility for having analytics that you can rate those analytics, so that can feed back into the design process.
We unfortunately are out of time for a Q&A. We have to move on to the next one.
If you've got questions, see us afterwards.
Is this the one in the corner? Yes. You need audio for your presentation? No. Okay. Here you go.
All right.
It's always so many questions people want to ask and so little time. It's unfortunate, and I feel bad about having to do that. It's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker, Walter Christian Paredes, and I hope I did that right. And Kang Sing Kenneth Chung, and Walter is going to be giving us the talk today on modeling, learning, and performance, a social networks perspective. So please welcome Walter.
Good morning. It's always a challenge to go after such a strong presentation as yours. It's very interesting. And for our point of view, this is our first approach to social learning. We are specialized in social network studies. So I have to acknowledge all of you, because we have learned a lot from all the presentations that you have performed here. So this is just an exploratory study, our first approach to social learning. So this is it. So we are living in a new social scenario with an unprecedented presence of technology in our lives, and that has an important impact in communication and collaboration among students and learners. We know that we have news media channels of communication such as YouTube, Flickr, and Twitter that help us to improve our social interaction and then our social learning experience. But despite of these advantages that we have studied a lot, there is still a lack of understanding sorry, of the dynamics of the social interaction within learning communities. So the questions that motivate our research here are if to figure out the interplay between social networks, learning, and performance, and if so, what is the role of social learning in the inherent relationship between properties of social networks and performance. And in addition, we want to quantify and measure the learning within the social context. And how does one account for the social network properties of a structure, relations, and position in modeling learning for the purpose of the learning analytics? So our proposal here is a theoretical model that uses the social learning and social network theories to understand how knowledge professionals engage in learning and performance. So very quickly, I'm going to explain the conceptual foundations here. We know that learning is a highly complex process which involves cognitive, affective, individual, and social dimensions. Social learning theory suggests that individuals learn through the observation of the behavior of those that we are connected with. To whom individuals are connected is critical for reaching explored sources of novel information and then satisfy determined necessities. There are fundamental contextual factors that affect learning in a positive or negative way. And in this new scenario, we know that we are not just interacting with human sources of information, but also with non-human relational sources. And we have to also consider those. So from a social learning perspective, we took two main theories. The first one is the situated learning theory that many of you might know. First, because of the notions of communities of practice and legitimate peripheral participation. From that point of view, it's very interesting to study this with a social learning perspective. But the problem with this theory is that it doesn't consider the non-relational aspects of the new social learning scenarios. So for that reason, we also integrate this with the ideas of George Siemens of connectivism that integrates those non-relational sources of information. And we also consider dialogues, as the presentation before talk, as the main unit of social interaction. Dialogues that are persisted in non-relational entities provides a broader contextual information for knowledge creation. Now, in a social learning perspective, we study the structural features to identify behavioral patterns based on node and tie attributes. An individual's social structure, its properties, can influence the access to valuable resources rich on novel information. Those new sources can have direct or indirect impact on the individual's learning and performance. And for that reason, it's interesting to examine theories that explain how information is disseminated through networks, and how network structures can impact the learning and performance. So the first theory that we use here is the Granovetter's strength of weak ties theory, which defines the tie, so the connection between two nodes, which are students, as the combination of the amount of time, the emotional intensity, the intimacy, and the reciprocal services which characterize the tie. In his study, Granovetters show how professionals found better job opportunities through weak ties instead of strong ones. The stronger the tie, more redundant the information becomes. So the importance of weak ties here is that more resources and novel information are accessible through them. And the other social network theory that we use here is the Ronald Burt structural host ideas, in which the effective and efficient exploitation of individuals' position in the network can provide important informational and control benefits to them. There is a trade-off between the number of contacts and novelty of information. The more contacts, the higher the cost of maintaining those relationships. Now, the challenge is to maintain efficiently non-redundant connections to increase the diversity and then the novelty of the information. The bridging between two or more unrelated cliques, so group of contacts closely connected within the group, is called a structural whole. So given the unprecedented advancement in the adoption of social technologies, this study provides evidence in the e-learning domain to help understand how networks interact with technology to foster learning and performance in the era of digital natives. So this is the social network model that we have used to understand the dynamics of social networks, learning, and performance. So basically, from a structure perspective, we use density and position, the efficiency. For studying the relations between nodes, we studied the intra-network communication, also the intergroup communications, and the tie strength. From a learning perspective, we studied the engagement of the students, and the only metric that we had information was the marks of the students for studying performance. So now in the context of the study is an online project management course delivered the second semester of 2009 in a leading university of the Group of 8 in Australia. 36 full-time working industry professionals with diverse backgrounds. The students were based nationally, and overseas. So this led to many complexities on coordination due to the time zone difference. All the course material included lecture notes, tutorials, laboratory exercises, and videos. All were accessible through the university's e-learning platform WebCT. The students had synchronous and asynchronous communication channels, and our study was based in the discussion forum and all the dialogues that were held there. The students had individual and group assignments, and they were performing 12 groups of no more than 3 participants, and we had a strong virtual collaboration during the semester. So how do we collect the data? Very quickly. We took the information that we had in the discussion forum. We had 825 public forum messages and 722 private forum messages. All this information was unstructured, so we had to do a preliminary data preparation, which is extract all the attributes from the HTML, and then store in a MySQL database, and then with a small Java application, we just got all the information to generate the information from UCNet and NetRaw. An important part of our method here was the message content classification that we came up with. So we argue that a meaningful exchange of dialogues among team members is instrumental for enhancing their learning process. By identifying the patterns of communication among team members, it's possible to study the structural properties of the group social network. Those patterns of communication have been categorized in past research according to varied dimensions of length messages, channel of dissemination, content, and meaning. But none of them have used a social network perspective. In this study, we have defined the classification method based on the message content and meaning in order to categorize each message sent through the public and private forums. And in each category, we have a weight associated with each of these categories that we call content richness, and the message of the message classified on it. Sorry. The higher the value, the more significant are the messages of the category. So these are the 5 categories that we came up. This is all based on the information that we have in the discussion forum. This is not, I mean, this is quite flexible. It depends on the information that we have. So these 5 categories are the empty message, which is just inexistent content, or file exchange, that's it, without dialogue. Team building messages, which is personal introductions and very basic coordination. Final group closing activities, congratulations, and stuff like that. Then we have dissemination messages, which is information about the group submissions and notifications about new document versions. Coordinations, which is basically team building activities, team meetings. And finally, collaboration, which is the main source of information for our study, and what we consider the knowledge creation state, in which the students solve problems through the dialogue, and in which they provide insights about the course activities and so on. Yeah. So here we have an example of each category. In the left side, you can see the weight that we assign to each of the categories, being the last one, collaboration, the most important in terms of knowledge creation. And this is the process that we went through to classify and analyze the data. We also did a progressive learning analysis in which we separated the data in 6 different periods, and this was made taking in consideration the submissions of the course. And the groups were codified in different colors, and the shapes of each node is according to the different programs that we had in the course. The students were in different programs as well, so that's why. So here we have the first period, and we can see how is the evolution of this. And the 6th period, we have all the interactions, and in the left side, we can see the group that never interact with the rest, and also the black group. So, which measures did we use? For the network structure, we use density, and position efficiency, engagement, and relationship. We consider contribution index, which is the number of messages that the one person provides in the discussion forum and the replies that gets. The external and internal index, which is basically how much the one student collaborates within the group and with other groups. And the average style strength. And for measured performance, we just consider the course marks. So here we have the most interesting results that show a strong correlation with the content richness score that we defined and the social network measures that I mentioned before. But there are not strong correlations with the performance of the course. So this is one of the points that we want to make. So we argue that rather than performance, social learning is influenced by social network properties such as structure, relations, and position. The relationship between social networks and performance is mediated by social learning. Studying how individuals interact and organize themselves can be useful to improve learning programs and positively influence performance during and after the studying period. And the content richness score that we show shown to be a good predictor of social learning due to the interesting findings that connect the measure with most social network properties modeled. Now, our study has many limitations, that's for sure. The first of all is the size of the data set. This is just an exploratory study, and we took 36 students. That's not enough to generalize all this to the rest of the population. But the results are indicative of the power of social networks to influence learning and maybe indirectly performance. The message content classification process is still in an early stage and subject to criticism. We believe that the construction of a taxonomy or vocabulary for group communication in studies of linguistic and semantic data mining could allow the partial or full automation of the process. Most of the messages took place within groups, which is a disadvantage. There was not enough evidence about the interaction among groups. However, according to our results, the quality of the dialogues within the groups was significant. And we didn't have the chance to incorporate other kind of interactions through video, chat, or voice because the platform was limited to those discussion forums. And as conclusions, well, we have developed a very basic model for understanding the impact of social networks and learning and performance. We constructed this basic content-based measure called content richness, which provides an approach for measuring the level of engagement of learners in social environments. The analysis of the individual and group communication patterns of students located in different cities, countries, and time zones. And rather than performance, social learning is highly influenced by learners' social network properties. Finally, we argue that the model proposed would allow educators, professional development leaders, managers, and academics to enhance learning analytics and make informed decisions and estimations of learning outcomes. That's it. Thank you.
This very interesting, inspiring talk. I very much liked the mixture of methods that you used and also the theory references that you made. One thing I did not really see in when you came to your conclusions, I mean, you have performance as one possible target. You have your different indicators, content richness being a very important indicator, but in your concluding statements, you had social learning also as a target, if I understood you correctly. Before, I had seen it more embedded into the indicators that you had already defined. I mean, how is social learning here really operationalized? I mean, I can understand you have social learning indicators, and you could, for instance, predict performance. But if you decouple social learning from the indicators that are already very closely tied to social learning parameters, what's the point about the social learning as a target?
Well, yeah, sorry?
Do you see the point that maybe you can go back to this
sure.
slide where you made this?
In which one?
I mean, content richness predicts. You wanted to predict social learning, right?
No, we are not predicting social learning.
Okay. And content richness was the best predictor for what?
For the quality, well, content richness, as we show in the results here,
Yeah.
it was tightly correlated with the social networks measures that we use.
Okay.
Here, okay. So that's the correlation. I mean, the quality of the messages that we identified in the discussion forum were tightly influenced also for the properties of the social networks of each individual. That's what we are stating.
Okay, so you're relating that back to the
exactly
to the indicators that
exactly.
you originally. So there is this correlation.
That's our statement. What we are not so sure is about the performance metrics. We cannot say that because of the richness of the social network of one student, that student is going to perform better than others. That we cannot assume that from the data we have. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Given your goal to think about your content richness variable, I strongly encourage you to rethink that. I'm a little bit confused about the richness term applied there, and it seemed like the coding maybe had some kind of implied hierarchy. Some kinds of dialogue was worse than others, and so is your content richness some kind of, right, so you cited a number of different theories that also come into play in the learning sciences world, and I would advise you to go take a look at some of the work in computer-supported collaborative learning, where people have done a lot of research on coming up with coding categories and coding processes for these kind of online dialogues. And I think that you'll find that simply saying more is better is not going to fly, and certainly that more of a certain type is necessarily better, and even the analyses get more complicated because it's not just a certain type, but when that certain type occurs. So there can be key moments in a discussion where a certain kind of utterance really plays a pivotal role in what happens. So I think you're close to being there when you're talking about situated learning and so forth. So you're in the right place, but you need to and it will save you a lot of work, because otherwise you're replicating mistakes that other people have
Thank you.
made.
Thank you for your comments. Well, I just want to mention that the content richness is about quality and not about the length of the Mm-hmm. Okay.
Or you can hypothesize that, but I think you'll have plenty of reasons to see that that's not the right track.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Hi. I very much like the study. Obviously, it's their first one looking at this, and there's lots of questions. I've done a number of studies quite similar to this. One of the questions I have is that about density, basically the overuse of density. I mean, we don't have any proof at the moment that density is the right structure to look for, and yet it's the simplest one to generate, hence a lot of people use it. So I'd just like you to comment on that and what other options. I'm trying to think. I mean, you haven't got betweenness in there. I didn't know actually what you used to do position, the efficiency position, the structural whole. Have you got
Exactly.
There's a betweenness factor in there? Or?
Yeah, well, of course we studied all the different metrics that we had, and we just chose the ones that were easier to get, because we had just a window of 4 months for doing this research. So, of course, we have that data. It will be interesting in the future to get all these different metrics that we have around. I had a look to your work, of course, and but there are many things that we can do, I'm sure of it. And that's what I said. I mean, we are here to learn, and we take it like that.
Yeah, that's good. All right, so I just want to sort of leave it that I think we don't know that density is the right measure, and yet it's too simple and too easy, and everybody jumps on that as the important thing, which is in a 36-person group, that might be great, but in a 200, 500, 1,000, density is not good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Now we get to the final paper in this session. It's a short paper called First Steps Towards Social Learning Analytics for Online Communities of Practice for Educators. And we have Darren Cambridge here, who's going to present, and his co-author is Kathleen Perez-Lopez. So please welcome Darren.
Thanks, everybody. So I should probably revise the title and make it Our First Steps. So I want to be very clear that this is a short paper because this is very much work in progress. We're just getting started, and we definitely want to recognize that there are many people in this room that are further down this path, and we've learned a lot so far at this conference and look forward to learning more through continued connections with you all. This work is in the context of a project funded by the U.S. Department of Education out of the Office of Educational Technology, led by the American Institutes for Research in collaboration with 5 different partner organizations. And it's a 3-pronged project focused on online communities of practice and networks for educators. We have a component of the project that's about building and running a small set of communities largely aligned with priorities from the National Educational Technology Plan of 2010. And then we're also doing outreach, trying to catalog what's going on in this space, primarily across the United States, but also connecting to stuff internationally, trying to make that more visible and accessible to educators through a variety of activities like our connectededucators.org site, which has a network for online community managers. We have a brief called Connect Inspire that's a survey of the literature and practice in this area, a blog, a directory of communities, and in August we're going to have an online distributed event called Connected Educator Month, where we're going to try to get as many organizations as we can that are invested in this idea of informal professional learning for educators online to showcase their practice and to invite other educators to participate in that practice and to connect with each other to collaborate more effectively. So the research we're doing is in the context of that larger project, and the learning analytics piece of the research is in the context of a larger set of research around 4 different strands. How do new communities evolve? What are key decision points? What kinds of value do these communities create, and what kinds of best practices can we derive from looking at accounts of those values? How can we, in these communities we're running, design some activities in ways that lead to sustained and deep engagement? And then also, what kinds of social roles and patterns of participation can we observe in communities, and how can we use those observations to help people who are managing and facilitating the communities do their jobs more effectively? So the learning analytics work is contextualized primarily in that last strand. We have a research team that consists of myself and several of my colleagues at AIR, as well as people at the Friday Institute for Educational Innovation at NC State. And then we're working very closely with partners in the case study communities on which we're focusing, and I'm going to talk a little bit specifically about the National Science Teachers Association collaboration, and Al Byers is in the room today, our close collaborator at NSTA, who's really helping us think about how we do this work. So our goals probably outstretch what we're actually going to be able to achieve in the time that we're currently funded, but we see this as a longer-term trajectory. And what we would really like to produce is a small set of primarily visualization methods that community managers could use on a regular basis to better understand and reflect upon the activities that's happening in their communities, to use that to make good decisions about how to moderate and grow that community over time. So the first step is we need to produce some actionable intelligence, but then it needs to be actuated intelligence. This stuff actually needs to get used. Al needs to say, yes, this is helpful, I'm going to actually do something on the basis of it, instead of just, hey, this is interesting research, right? And we're still at the, hey, this is interesting research place. But ultimately, if we don't get to that next step, this is going to be an academic enterprise. So we found Rebecca and Simon's really excellent categorization of social learning analytics approaches helpful, although I think and we think 3 of those are particularly relevant to what we're doing, and we've started with social learning network analysis, but we want to move to include some other approaches as well. I realize now I'm using content analysis. I'm talking about content analysis as opposed to content analytics as you've classified it, so that's a correction. So a primary case we've used so far has been working with Al on the NSTA Learning Center, which has this amazing collection of diverse resources and learning opportunities for primarily K through 12 science teachers in the United States, and loads of people using it. And in addition to the resources, some really nice tools for motivating and recognizing and helping people plan their participation. And also it has a community aspect, and we've looked primarily at interactions in the forums. And what we're trying to do is really be driven by the needs of those practitioners and the understandings of both the needs of their audience and the learning that, the theories of learning that are actuated in their work. So in terms of the pragmatic needs, science teachers in the US need to be learning regularly. And there are several reasons for that. One is that often, particularly at the grade 6 through 8 level, according to Al, I'm not an expert on science teachers, teachers increasingly are asked to teach out of field, to teach outside of their area of primary science training and expertise. Also, in the new science standards that are beginning to be implemented across the United States, there's much more of a focus on thematic topics that cross traditional subject areas. So people that might be trained in earth science need to know something about the biological sciences now to do their job better. And there's a continually changing body of pedagogical content knowledge to which they need to be responsive. So what that means is that we need teachers to learn broadly and learn in a sustained way. And the embedded theory here really is the theory of communities of practice. That we want to have teachers that build relationships and learn through co-creation of knowledge over time, mediated by that rich collection of resources, and perhaps contributing back to it through things like creating content collections. I know communities of practice are a little out of fashion now. People are on to talking about collectives and networks and all that kind of thing. But I think most of the folks we're working with in this project still think that, particularly in thinking about building the profession of teaching, those sustained relationships and shared identity are important, and that we ought to create environments that help foster that. So this has led to a couple of questions that we're engaging. One is, how do we create broad and sustained engagement amongst these teachers, many of whom are coming to the Learning Center initially because they have a specific concrete problem. I need to learn how to teach X tomorrow, right? How do you transform that into an opportunity for legitimate peripheral participation that leads to ongoing engagement and building relationships in the community? And how can we also make sure that that it's accessible to those new people, that those rich relationships that build over time don't become so dense and so difficult to parse that there's not an entry point for new people. So as I mentioned, we've started looking at discussion postings, and we did that initially by creating a bimodal social network diagram and looking at 5 even slices over the course of the year where there's the same number of number of discussion posts there. And in this diagram, on the left-hand side, those are the posters. On the right-hand side, those are the discussion topic forums, and I won't go into what all the sizes and things mean here, but generally the important thing is that, you know, the highest posters are at the top, the lowest are at the bottom, the most popular forums are at the top, the lowest at the bottom. The opacity and darkness of the edges between them shows how frequently people are posting to that forum. And so if we look over the course of the year, what we see is that at the beginning, and this is early in the introduction of the forum functionality, not much going on there at the bottom. As we go along, it starts to build, and then we see what might be a critical point here in the middle, where we see a lot of posting to this one specific private forum. And then as we continue along, we see that the folks that were posting mostly to that forum now are posting more broadly across a wider range of context. So this suggests that maybe we need to really look at what's going on in that particular forum. What happened there that led people to move beyond the context to which they came to the community and become involved in a more sustained way over time. Another thing that the second question we're looking at is, you know, how do we make it so that people can enter the conversation more easily? And one of the key challenges there is that some of these forums get really huge, right? Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of messages, and where is your entry point? Where do you start? You're reasonably not going to read all of that stuff, right? And right now, Al and his group of online advisors do this more or less ad hoc. You know, they have discussions about, should we break it? How should we break it? It would be nice if they had some computational help for making those decisions. So the approach that we're pursuing right now is to collapse this bimodal network into unimodal topic-to-topic and member-to-member connections, and try to use a number of clustering techniques to try to find a reorganization that maximizes the connection with people and leads to good segmentation between topics, breaking things into manageable chunks. We've tried a whole bunch of different clustering techniques. None of it has worked very well. It's not really that surprising because it's garbage in, garbage out. Our measures of connection are not very good. They're pretty crude right now. It's, you know, who touched the same thing. So particularly for topic-to-topic relationships, we need to add some content analysis to understand the concepts that are happening within those forums and to be able to link it. For thinking about links between people, there are a lot of great approaches that we've heard at this conference and that folks in this room have pioneered that we may be able to incorporate to improve the accuracy of those graphs. So that's one next direction, is adding some content analysis. Next is thinking about understanding learner context. And the way we want to try doing that is through an approach to narrative research that comes out of Dave Snowden's work called pre-hypothesis narrative research. And his company, Cognitive Edge, has a tool called the SenseMaker Suite, which allows for the collection of narrative fragments, little stories about experience, and then the people who are writing those stories are asked to classify them in a number of different ways on quantitative scales. And then rather than dipping into the stories right away, the analyst visualizes in a variety of pretty interesting ways patterns in that quantitative filter data and tries to find patterns that might suggest weak signals. So that's both a filtering mechanism that allows for you not have to read all of the stories, to focus in on ones that maybe are potentially significant, but also perhaps even if you'd read all the stories, you'll see things because of those quantitative patterns that you might have missed because of your own interpretive lens that you impose as you do the reading. And we're indexing those questions to to Wenger, Tranger, and Delot's 5 cycles of value creation in communities and networks. And we're also going to find some way to hook that back in to the social network analysis. The other direction that we're taking going forward is adding some additional cases, taking what we've done with OWL and applying it to Powerful Learning Practice, which is an online network-based professional development program that employs an action research approach. TFA Net potentially, which is for new teachers, potentially some others, and also thinking about, can we look at the individual perspective? Can we look at an individual who seems to be really important in Al's community and say, how are they using Twitter? How are they using Facebook? How are they using other online communities of practice? How does stuff circulate between them? But in closing, we have some real questions about whether we're going to be able to achieve our goal of having some techniques that really work across contexts. Because the structures are very different, right? Powerful Learning Practices approach is quite different from the National Science Teachers Association's approach, which is quite different from TFA's, which is quite different from some of the very loosely structured grassroots networks that we're also looking at. So are those questions really going to be similar enough that you could have some techniques that are both powerful enough to yield those actionable and hopefully actuated insights, but at the same time accessible enough so that folks like Al don't need people like me in the room, right? Because I understand, but but you don't want to pay me, right? And then there are all these possibilities, right? So what do we do next? Where does it make sense for our priority to be? So we would love to hear from you and get your advice and suggestions. And if anyone's interested in participating in Connected Educators Month, we'd love to have you. So here's how to get in touch with me. I tweeted the link to the slides on SlideShare if you want to grab them. So email me, call me, follow me on Twitter. Thank you. Questions? Mm-hmm.
It's great to see you used Snowden's SenseMaker tool. I think it's one of those very innovative concepts that really hasn't got a lot of traction in the education circle. What was your experience in starting to use the tool in terms of developing your capacity with it? Was it a difficult on-ramp for you, or what did you find the process of starting to use those narratives and analyzing those narrative elements?
So we are just at the very, very early stages of that. We're developing, we have a sort of draft version of our set of filter questions, our prompts, and we're doing some exploratory pilot testing of that. So we haven't rolled it out to really gather a lot of narratives. I did do training with the Cognitive Edge folks last summer, and so got to play with some of their data sets. But I think it's a real open question about how effectively those visualization techniques will apply. But what we're trying to do in this project really is throw a bunch of stuff at this and see what sticks. Try different different techniques and see what actually proves to be valuable through having the close contact with the practitioners, feeding the insights back to them. So that is very much an experiment for us, and I wouldn't make any strong claims about how effective I think it's going to be. It seemed effective enough that it really made sense to try.
Any more questions?
Got off easy. Thanks.
Can we start any time? The noise, we have to wait for that.
Well, there's
Now
no
it's
hiding
noisier.
anymore.
Yeah, I just think we should wait till they finish moving the doors. Yeah, and then we're ready to go. Yeah, yeah. I assume this is on. Yeah. See, they were quiet before, and now it's louder. The door moving itself. Oh, yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Cindy Ives. I'm the director of the Center for Learning, Design, and Development at Athabasca University, and it's my pleasure to chair this final session in the LAK 12 conference. This is a panel session discussing a lot of issues that arise around the notion of data governance in relation to learning analytics. I have I'm joined by four learning analytics people with learning analytics as part of their areas of interest from around the world. And our objective really is to talk to you a little bit about our individual contexts and then to talk about our individual perspectives, because we've heard about the multiple stakeholders and multiple needs that need to be considered in learning analytics projects. And so that's what we're going to do, and then we hope to be able to throw the whole session open for further conversation as a way of beginning a conversation around data governance and other issues as they emerge out of today's conversation. So at Athabasca University, we are doing a little bit in analytics. We do need to discuss the issues of data governance, data ownership, issues of privacy and ethics and control and access and all of those questions. I'm joined on my right first by Laurie Lockyer from the University of Wollongong. Beside her is Paul Hobson from the University of British Columbia. Beside him is Sabina Graf from Athabasca University. And beside her is Doug Clough from the Open University UK. And so with the experience of two of us from Canada and two from other parts of the world, we hope to be able to open this conversation today. The process will be each person will take a few minutes to describe their particular contexts, and then we will go through the panel again to discuss our individual multiple perspectives. And so, Laurie, you're first.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm from the University of Wollongong, as Cindy said, which is in Australia. I come from the researcher practitioner perspective. My area of research is in educational technology, so I'm interested in looking at how teachers can use technology and how learners use technology to facilitate the learning process. The University of Wollongong is a regional university in Australia, located just about an hour south of Sydney, on the south coast of New South Wales. Like many universities in Australia, it refers to itself as a comprehensive university in terms of its offerings. Like many universities in Australia, it's a multi-campus university, so we are located around the state of New South Wales, in Dubai, and we have programs with partner universities around the world in Malaysia, China,
Hong Kong, etc. So we run a number of offshore programs, but our programs are also face-to-face, blended, distance, online. So our students, in terms of their learning traces, are all over the world and quite diverse. So as someone who's interested in research and the practice and how learning analytics can inform that, the data governance issues are quite diverse.
Thanks. So as Cindy said, my name is Paul Hobson. I'm Director of Enterprise Architecture here at UBC. I'm only slightly representing Canada, as I've actually only been here around about a year now at UBC. Prior to UBC, I was at Cardiff University for a number of years and worked quite a bit on initiatives with JISC. My current role is I'm largely responsible for helping the university develop technology-supported roadmaps for their future mission. Enterprise architecture as a practice at the university is still pretty young. It was only introduced as a sort of concept about 18 months ago before my joining the institution. We have a very broad range of activities going on at the university right now. So there's quite a lot of technology changing us, swapping out systems and maturing some of our practices. But equally, we've been working quite heavily in the last 2 years on really redeveloping the governance model that the university's got around IT and more recently around data governance. So my role here this week is one of a rank outsider, so I'm not directly involved in learning analytics. And my role is more of a bridging role, so this week, and particularly for today, I'm here to sort of bridge the gap in between the sort of hyperactivity of the research community and the somewhat more sedate pace of administration in universities. My day-to-day role tends to deal a lot more with constraints in terms of the kinds of solutions that we put in place and a lot of the issues that we come up against being constrained by either policies at the university level or by the legal framework of British Columbia. And certainly in this context, then privacy is probably at the forefront of our thinking right now, in that we have fairly stringent measures for personal privacy within British Columbia, which gives us something of an acute challenge from time to time in some of the systems and solutions that we're trying to develop, and learning analytics will fall under that. Just in my previous history, so as well as being in university administration, I did have a research background in satellite remote sensing and Earth observation, so some of the research that's gone on this week has been something that I've been able to buy into, so I'm not a complete dead loss.
Okay, hi. My name is Sabine Graf. I'm from Athabasca University. Athabasca University is an open university. We have over 38,000 students and over 700 online courses, so you can see we have a lot of data, and we are definitely interested in utilizing this data. I'm talking here from the point of research point of view. I'm faculty member at the School of Computing and Information Systems, so I'm having my background in computer science. And from research point of view, I'm coming from the area of adaptive and personalized learning systems. So my group is doing a lot of research on how we can make learning systems more adaptive, intelligent, and personalized. So we look basically into, on one hand, into user modeling, student modeling, how we can identify certain characteristics of students, things like learning styles, cognitive abilities, context of learners, and therefore we of course look into the log files and behavior of learners, their performance, and so on. On the other hand, once we have information about students, about their characteristics, we look into how we can use that. On one hand, by things like like making learners as well as teachers aware of students' characteristics. On the other hand, providing some personalized recommendations and also doing research on personalizing courses, providing adaptive courses that fits to their characteristics. With respect to learning analytics, we look into how we can empower teachers and learning designers, so people who don't necessarily have background in computer science, to also look at those data. Look at this data and being able to kind of ask questions what they're interested in finding those data. And we developed a tool that kind of connects to a database well, more than one database, and then enables users to kind of ask simple questions, ask simple queries, and then kind of chain these queries together, so get a more powerful tool. Okay, so.
Thanks, Sabina. I'm Doug Clough from the Open University in the UK. For those of you who don't know, we're a large organisation. We used to be a distance teaching university. We're increasingly an online teaching university. We've been interested in using new technology to support teaching right from the start, when new technology for teaching was having television programs, and now there's more exotic technologies than that. We have, depending how you count, but the highest claim you could probably make is about 250,000 learners online with us at the moment. I'm an academic. I work in a member of faculty. I work in a unit called the Institute of Educational Technology, whose mission is particularly in, a bit like Laurie, to explore educational technology and particularly to deliver that into the Open University for the benefit of our students. So my personal role and the Institute's role is a hybrid one of research going straight across that divide into practice at scale in the university, and also with a view to staff development, bringing up the skills of other academic staff to improve what they're doing, and also inputting into the systemic decisions and the design decisions and the sort of work that people like Paul do. We've got a lot of activity going on at the Open University that you could call learning analytics. Not all of it is labelled as such, not all of it's connected up together, and a lot of it could be made a lot better if we pull in some of the ideas that we've been kicking around these last few days, which is what I'll be doing. We have processes in place to deal with managing research on students, not all of which we have to be careful about sampling students so that we don't oversurvey them. We've got processes in place for that. We sit as part of the, in the United Kingdom, we have legislation about data protection, which is about privacy, but also about subject access to data, and also about privacy, what you can do with the data. There's also parallel legislation about freedom of information that applies to all public bodies and disclosure of information, and those two are potentially in conflict. And I shall stop there before I come on to say more.
Thank you all for those brief introductions, and now you may be interested in jotting down your questions as the next part of the presentation emerges. In my role as the director of the Center for Learning Design and Development, we have a large staff of learning designers who are working with faculty to design courses for Athabasca University, and we have, as most learning designers would, questions around the formative evaluation of these courses, questions about what students are actually doing inside the learning management system and elsewhere, what the traces are of those activities. I see myself kind of as a translator, interpreter, and that's why we put this panel together. The questions that we started with are the questions that we started with at Athabasca University when we began to develop the tool that Sabina's talking about. We put together a multi-perspective team with members from across the university, institutional research, computing science, computer services, as well as faculty and our learning designers to try and develop this tool and understand. So part of this comes from our process of exploring how we might do this at Athabasca. It's very obvious, though, that everybody is having the same questions. And so it's time for us to see how others are answering those questions in their other contexts. Laurie, I think you're going to start.
So as I was saying, what I'm interested in is how learning analytics can help us address the educational problems and educational opportunities that we have. And those educational problems and opportunities are different depending on the context. And I'm particularly interested in the higher education setting and the more non-traditional pedagogies. So when you think about maybe a more traditional face-to-face situation with large lectures, maybe seminar tutorial supporting that, maybe traditionally large-scale exam-based assessment, it's sometimes a little easier to identify what the data is, but when you're looking at maybe potentially smaller classes, beyond smaller than 100, and using a range of different kinds of pedagogies, what data is available and what data is not available, it creates some questions about what can help facilitate the learning process better. So I'm not necessarily just interested in the students who are disengaging or dropping out, but I'm also interested in how we can make it a better learning experience for our students overall. So in some cases, there is data that is naturally occurring, particularly when we're talking about online learning environments, but in some cases, some of the questions that arose this morning in the keynote about what data isn't necessarily just there is important to me. Ultimately, though, when we're talking about student data, or as Eric said, the traces that students leave behind, in the questions that were formed in the paper that supports this panel, it's the students that own that data. It's the students' traces. And that's an issue for us when it comes to how we access that data. At the University of Wollongong, and I'm sure most institutions have some form of privacy and disclosure statement that the students sign upon enrollment, and it's questionable whether or not the students actually read those statements that they sign, but it's really assigning the data over to the university to be able to use for natural educational purposes. When we start having more questions about how we want to look at that data, we need to understand whether or not the students know what we're doing. And from a research perspective, as we get into things and have questions, we don't necessarily know how we want to use that data. And even though we do ask students to sign those kinds of documents when they first enroll in a university, there's a need from an ethics point of view to disclose what we're going to do. So that creates a problem every time we have a new research project or have a new question to answer. In terms of the organizational structures around the data, I've certainly had an interesting 4-month experience trying to get a fairly small PhD project through our Human Research Ethics Committee, which the idea is to draw upon the naturally occurring data of discussion forum data, grades and marks data, but also collect self-report data from students, so that data that's not necessarily naturally occurring. And trying to understand what that means in terms of the student ownership of their data, the teacher ownership of information about what they have constructed in terms of a learning experience for students, and then where that data actually sits in the university and who has control of the data. So it's one thing if you manage to get a consent from students to use their data for a different purpose than they may have expected. But it's another thing to identify exactly where in the university that the data is located, and sometimes while it's in ITS, information technology systems, the actual administrative control of those systems can be diverse across the academic space and the administrative space, and then understanding who is able to release that data even if you have consent. So it creates a level of difficulty at the early stages of this kind of work.
So at UBC we're in a similar position in terms of some of the work that we're looking at, and really there's sort of 2 major pieces of work that have been going on. One started before I arrived around information security, so there's a lot of focus around information security at the university level at the moment, and that's a sort of provincial drive as well. That tends to colour quite a lot of the thinking when it comes around to data governance, and what we found is in introducing more formal data governance, we're actually starting from a very uneven playing field depending on where you look at different areas of the university. So UBC is like a lot of large research universities. It's pretty highly federated. So your mileage varies basically depending on where you end up trying to apply governance. So it's a longer journey for what we're trying to achieve over the next couple of years in looking for willing sponsors out in the faculty to actually start bringing along a little bit more maturity and a little bit more buying into data governance. So literally just starting with introducing the kind of terminology that people can start to understand. So introducing things like data stewardship and data owner as concepts, we're probably still a way off having that be uniformly accepted across the different governance groups that we've got. So I guess the state of play at the moment is that actually free-flowing data makes some people pretty nervous in the university. So where we do support analytics work and we do provide data, it's where we know we have reasonably good data to be able to supply out to well-trusted people. To be able to do that sustainably, long-term, which is where my interest is. I'm looking a couple of years out at where the university needs to be next. And so trying to bridge where you're all at with research now into what that might look like in terms of operations in the next couple of years, we still have a long way to go in terms of building our roadmap for our maturity around data governance. So we do have a framework in place that we can start looking at possibly moving the kind of analytics work into that operational world. But I've probably come away from this week with, it's probably a good thing, more questions than I actually have answers around what does this look like in data governance terms. So you know, we're pretty happy with regular data governance where we're dealing with transactional data of financial systems. And we're getting there around master data management of people actually having ownership of terminology and what data means. We have a good deal of work that's been going on for a while around identity and access management. So there's a broad sort of appreciation of data governance, but analytics, I think, outside of the pockets of interest that we have for analytics across the university is probably pretty early days. And given that most of the people that are actually busy with analytics work at UBC are in this room today, they'll probably agree with that. Everybody else is still busily back at the ranch. I think the privacy issues need a greater deal of support. So talking about ownership of data and with students owning their own data, one of the routes that's open to us in being able to actually broaden out how we use data is getting opt-in from students. And it's something that we're looking to do more broadly across systems anyway, because we're quite tightly bound by the privacy legislation here. But just having an opt-in box available for students to start using when they're signing on enrollment for their first course isn't enough. I think there's a much broader degree of enablement required to have people, you know, staff and students understand what the implications are for that and, you know, precisely what you're going to do with the data afterwards. So from my world on the administration side, the constraints that are applied mean that when people are using data, it can't be a free-for-all. So on the research side, it's a lot different in that we can have, you know, it's basically pushed through an ethics route on the research side. On the administration side, it's much more policy-driven. And so everybody needs to know what the standards are that we're developing, and everybody needs to try and stick to those, hence some governance on top of that. In terms of questions I have from this week, just thinking about where this stops is something that's sort of troubling me. So the possibilities are pretty much endless, and in terms of how you phrase this, you know, what could be done is very different to what should be done. And when we're in a situation now where sort of technologies in terms of tracking student interactions can involve us basically triangulating physical interactions by Wi-Fi down to sort of meter accuracy within buildings, it's great from a research perspective in terms of being able to look at that, but trying to sell that as an operational concern and looking at what that means in terms of how students feel about us collecting that data is something else. And so, just in closing, the particularly striking thing from this week was actually the closing question at the end of yesterday's afternoon panel, which was around, have we actually thought about the impact of this? And for me, then, I need to start thinking about that now and working with the senior management of the university to be able to be in a position in a couple of years' time to deal with that in a mainstream way.
Okay. I will talk about technical aspects on learning analytics projects, and especially on projects that span over the whole institution. So not only on particular courses, but looking into courses in different courses in the institution. And I want to highlight a couple of issues that I feel are very important. On one hand, based on the experience that we had with the project that we had at Athabasca University, and on the other hand, on what I have heard here in the last 2.5 days. One issue is definitely with data and which data we can actually get and which data we can track. And One issue that I think is very important here, and Laurie already talked a bit about that, is the integration of data. So we hear that there's a lot of data out there, and we can do a lot of a lot of learning analytics on different types of data. We heard about data of behavior of students in a learning system, behavior data in social networks, performance data, data about feedback of students, demographic data, and so on. So there are a lot of different data, and usually these data they are never stored in only one system, in only one database. So there definitely come kind of integration issues into play. We have, for example, at Athabasca University, we have our learning system where we have our courses in. Then we have, in some courses, we also have a content management system where some of the learning behavior is stored there. We have a separate system for social learning space where data are stored there. So basically, I think one very important issue is to consider that data are at different places and look into how we can integrate them. Another issue that I found very important is the completeness of data. So basically, to look into what is actually the things that we can track and what is actually the things that we know about the data that we can track. So for example, if we track students' behavior in an online course, we see the paths of students, we see which learning objects, which learning activities students visited. But actually what we don't see is what students did there. So if students just open a page, then basically what we have in the log file, that's exactly what we know. Students opened the page. We don't know if they really learned or where they maybe go for coffee in this time. So I think that's a very important issue to consider, that what are the data actually telling us? And even if we try to kind of go further and use more advanced technologies like, I don't know, eye tracking or so, then there are still some limitations. For example, if it comes to a student is thinking about something, there is no way that we can identify if the student is thinking about the content or if the student is thinking about something completely different. So I think that's a very important issue to consider and to see what are actually the data telling us, and what do we interpret into it, and what can we interpret into it. Another issue that I think is very important is about the flexibility that we need when we have learning analytics projects that span over the whole institution. When we say it spans over the whole institution, then we mean that we look into different courses, and different courses means that there might be different structures in these courses, there might be different teaching strategies used, there might be different pedagogy that is used, different types of learning objects that are used. So I think it's very important to consider this and look into what are the activities that are there, what are the pedagogy that is there. And on top of this, even if we have kind of learning objects or learning activities that are in different courses and that are the same, we still need to think about how are they used, what is the pedagogical purpose of that. So for example, if we take discussion forums, then there might be a course where we use discussion forums just for announcing things, where a teacher or a tutor is just announcing some issues in the course. We also might have a course where we have a discussion forum which is just there and where students can post some questions and teachers or other students can answer. And on the other hand, we can have another course where a discussion forum is part of assignments and where students are kind of required to write in, to post in this forum. So in all these cases, we have different pedagogy behind that, and I think it's very, very important to consider that when we do analytics. And I think one solution for this, and I didn't hear much about that in the last 2.5 days, is to use semantic technologies, to use some kind of metadata, which doesn't really need to be too complex. But I think it's very important to kind of have metadata and semantic technologies that tells us the meaning and the pedagogical purpose of certain activities. Okay, I'll stop there.
Thank you. Okay, this is a great place to be. I'm the last speaker on the last panel at the end of a long conference. We're all tired. We've got low blood sugar. We want to have lunch. We want to go home. And instead of that, you've got Doug talking about data governance. And actually...
It's very nourishing.
Yes, food for thought rather than the physical stuff. But the physical matters too. We are embodied people. I think actually our main strategy, I think, for thinking about data governance has been not to think about it. And that's kind of a potential problem. We must think about this stuff. It's hard. We've got more questions and answers. It's detailed. It's complicated. It all gets very nitty-gritty. But come on, we're learning analytics people. If we're either geeks or we can talk to geeks, we should be able to manage this stuff. There's a lot of existing good policy and practice that we can learn from, and as people have been talking about in various contexts, there's some quite stringent legal requirements that might come up and bite us if we don't do what we really ought to be doing ethically anyway. I think there's a tension in this area between two principles, two important and noble principles. One is about freedom from surveillance or coveillance or being data nightmare, and the other one is the freedom to have and use and get access to data and do fun and exciting things with that, or have access to data about what you've got there, what information is held about you, and those are codified in the UK as Freedom of Information and the Data Protection Act. There's a useful principle here around no surprises. The idea is if the data subject is surprised at what you've done, then you've messed up. And I'm not sure that we can quite aspire to delivering that yet, but I think it's a goal we should aim at. And there's another particular meta-level tension for us as a community. There's a useful principle about collecting no more data than you need to and collecting and keeping it for no longer than you need to. But of course, our whole community is about thinking about new ways of doing stuff with data that we never realized we needed before. So that's an interesting challenge for us. I think there's a fundamental issue about using learner data for metrics that is essentially, we'd like to say, the learner's data, and if we're using that for a purpose and they don't have access to that and they can't see that, there's a problem there. I think privacy is actually really important. My instincts are all for openness, everyone sees everything the whole time, but learning can be a challenging, dangerous, scary thing. Lots of people don't want to be seen to mess up in public, and one of the things we can do in a learning environment is to create a safe space where it's okay to mess up and then learn from those mistakes. And anonymizing data is hard. There's a lot of clever people can put together supposedly anonymized data and deduce things from it that you didn't perhaps know about yourself. And actually a lot of the people who can do that sort of thing are in this room or in this community, so we do need to be careful here. And I think we might aspire to the models of consent that are coming out of biomedical research, where they have a lot of stuff about high standards about running ethical experiments with controls and for life and death stuff. And I've heard some people comment, oh, we can't justify running a control here where we don't offer the intervention because what if the intervention is good? Well, some of the biomedical stuff is about interventions that save lives, and they have nitty-gritty detailed stuff about when is a good metric for telling you when you should suspend the trial because you have the evidence to prove that the intervention works. I'm an educator at heart, but I think I'd balk at saying that it's literally a matter of life and death, getting a good education in the short term anyway. I've also heard some terrible rumours of people doing what's essentially learning analytics research without going through institutional review boards or human research ethics panels or whatever that, and I'm sure those aren't true because that's the sort of thing that might seriously bite us if we mess up while we're doing something and something happens that perhaps shouldn't have, and then the punchline is that, and this was all done separate from the processes of governance that already exist. So I think we do need to be careful about that. And the difficulty, though, I think it lies in the boundary between research and practice. If it's clearly research, then obviously as researchers you expect to go through those panels. If it's clearly something that's just what the institution does, then it's very easy for that to get sucked into, oh, well, the student said we could have and use this data when they enrolled 3, 4, 6 years ago in our instance. So I think there's care needed there. And I think what we can do about this, and this comes back to a theme that I think Laurie's been big on, is about involving all those stakeholders, the learners, the teachers, the administrators, and even the policymakers in the design process and in the discussions about data governance, that it's a participatory process, not just of design. We know as from related fields about how to build usable systems, we should apply that by participatory design, we should do that for data governance too. So with that, I'll segue back.
Thank you. I'm sure you have questions. If you'd like to come to the mic, and if your question is directed to one or another of the panelists, then you could specify that. If to all or some group, please specify that as well. And then if others have answers, I think we should feel free to add them as well. John, thank you.
In Canada, there's the Social Sciences Humanities Research Council, and also some other councils that fund natural sciences research and health research. They have a common ethics document now and a common ethics policy. One of the features of that policy recognizes that individuals have an obligation to contribute data for the advancement of society. How much do you suppose that could be used as a fulcrum, not a bat, to encourage students to contribute data? And under what circumstances do you imagine that could be turned on too hard?
Anybody want to address that?
I think it's well, there's a degree of precedence in that, so it depends on which you take first. Certainly from a provincial legal point of view, that's what I have to listen to. So legal counsel of the university's interpretation would be probably slightly different. But I think if it's put forward as a very positive thing, in terms you are helping, and over time there is a virtuous circle that's a good feedback loop into actually improving the learning experience, then most students would probably be happier with that.
And I think we tend to do that for educational research anyways, in terms of putting it forward as in a positive light of how it can potentially improve on education. But I guess it's a matter of being clear what we're using it for at what time. So it goes back to the no surprises issue.
There's one more thing I'd like to comment on, and again, picking up the model from biomedical research, there's strong ethics guidelines there about not withholding treatment from someone just because they withhold consent to take part in a research trial. And I think that's another one that we need to bear in mind, and exactly what you were saying, using it as a fulcrum, or I'd see it more as a way of beginning a conversation and discussion with people, a partnership, rather than as a, strong-arming, heavyweight tactic. So I think the partnership model is better than a sort of we know right and they don't. I think they know stuff that we don't, and we need to know that too.
And I think what at least what I saw in past is that if we kind of encourage students and if we kind of tell them what we're up to, and that basically we aim at improving teaching, improving learning for them, I think that's quite a motivator for them as well.
I think Doug actually has started to answer my slight concern that only just occurred to me, but that relates to something that Paul started. And I saw coming up in what Sabina was saying too, that we talk about ownership of data. But of course the whole point of what we're doing here is not data. We're actually interested in information and knowledge, and maybe even a little bit of wisdom. And I guess, does the fact that students have given ownership of data, or given us the right to use data, do we have an obligation to give them the information, the inferences that we make based upon those data? And I wonder if what we're doing here is trying to do something more, to discover stuff that we never knew before. And are we obliged to give that back? I don't know. Just a vague thought.
I think picking that up, since you mentioned my name, I think that we do have a moral obligation to, and I think we also have a moral obligation to do it carefully and sensitively, rather than just dumping it on people, because we also need to be careful about the level of claim we can make. We have predictive models, and we think that's great if they're 80% successful at prediction. what that means for an individual is very different and is very contextual. And I think we need to look to the relationship between teachers and students as a partnership one, as a sensitive one, that disclosure of information that may be tentative, uncertain information is mediated by someone who can talk a little bit about that, and it's not presented as an electronic thing. The system says you're going to fail, and that then becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy because I think that means it must be right because it's on the computer, which does happen.
Yeah, that's precisely my fear, and it came up with George's talk earlier about hardening of you know, the risks of making decisions too soon.
So I guess it's also about making good decisions in terms of what we want to know about. So just because we can do it doesn't mean we should do it. So what are the good questions that we have, and what sense can we make out of that, and how can we use that as an opportunity for students to learn and support that learning by revealing it to them. So I guess being careful about the kinds of things that we're looking at.
There's another piece too. If just by the virtue of time passing, learning analytics is done in a particular course, the opportunity to feed back the results or the inferences to that particular group of students is very limited. So then what would be the process for feeding back those inferences to the next version of the course or the following one again, so that eventually students will understand that they've profited by the experience of earlier students, and you know, what are the ethics there?
Yeah, and I think, I mean, it relates to the core of teaching practice in many ways. You know, if I'm reading something by a student and I think, God, this person's an idiot, I would never in a million years feed that back to them. And I guess some of the inferences that we make would be potentially of this nature. And again, it's that if we provide it in a form that's dangerous, then I think, you know, there's potential to cause harm by not, trying to do a double negative here, not withholding data. I mean, it's better to keep it private sometimes. But of course, it's metadata, it's information, it's data about data. It's our inference. And it just seems like a messy moral area, and one we need to address.
But maybe if we keep learning at the center of the conversation, then it becomes less difficult.
This is sort of the follow-on comment to John's questions. And it has to do with, you know, we're building universities, we're trying to teach students to participate and take responsible actions and govern their own learning and gain metacognitive skills. And I'd just like to hear the comments on at what point we quit being big brother and playing with the students' data and telling the students, well, you can look at this, you can look at that, you can't see this. At what point we just sort of say, look, the data's there, it's the students' data, they should have the right to look at and interpret their own data themselves. And so at what point do we move this program from, you know, analytics for the institution to analytics for the individuals?
That would be cool. Yeah, I think it's a good point. I mean, in terms of personal ownership, one of the things we're trying to achieve with our students is for them to stand on their own 2 feet at the end of the day. And actually having some sort of personal responsibility for picking up on feedback on analytics and on the inferences to do with that data what they can, I think it would be a very good move rather than it just being a complete push from the organisation to the student.
Also, often I think the students are in the best position to interpret that data.
Yeah. Yes, and also I think depending on the discipline, but in a lot of disciplines, the students actually have a lot of skills and effort and time. They care more about their own data than we care about their individual data, much as we might like to. They've got, some of them will have the incentive and the ability to do stuff with that we hadn't thought of, and I think drawing that in is a really exciting potential partnership model.
So when I, as a data miner, discover that Susie is an idiot and she's likely to fail, that bit of information I could disclose or not, I could put it in a database somewhere so that she'll be afflicted with that knowledge, or someone will carry that knowledge about her for a long, long time. Obviously, there are risks, I suppose. There's also an issue of ownership. When the student themselves probably is the owner of their own data, I don't think they're the owner of inferences drawn on that data by others, I think formally or legally. And yet those inferences are sometimes basically attributed back to those individuals. I see that there's a lot of responsibility that we carry, basically, in making the kinds of decisions that we do as educators every day, but also as educators when we have access to the vast and growing array of data that we have about students. When we start poking into their social lives, into their personal lives, into their institutional data sets that we have about them, bringing in all of their past history into current judgments that are being made about them. All of those things, I think, put us at real significant risk and responsibility on the ethical side of things. When it's formulating data about an individual or making judgments about an individual. And so I guess I'm wondering about whether there should be a distinction made between doing learning analytics about an individual versus about a population or a bigger group.
Can I just pick up one point? It's a really interesting issue about the ownership of data versus the ownership of the inferences, and regardless of the legal position about the ownership of the data, certainly in the UK context under our Data Protection Act, any personally identifying information creates an instant right for the person who is identified by that information to have access to that information and to correct it if it's wrong. So that I think should be our minimum situation. There are certain exceptions, but I suspect they probably wouldn't apply for the sort of things we're talking about. And that leads on to another concern that you touched on about going into the students' private lives. And there's good principles in data protection practice around not collecting data that you really shouldn't be collecting. And I think let's not go there. Don't collect data that you don't want to, that actually is only going to cause harm. Let's just not do it.
I think the difficulty with the not collecting the data is the porous nature of system use that we have. So we have combined system use where people are using edge technologies, third-party suppliers, where they're in there privately and they're also in there for study purposes. And so it gets a little bit grey. And so that was one of the points I made earlier in terms of where do you stop. So I think the judgment has to come in very early on in where your boundaries are, and you make them quite hard.
So we have to be able to identify what we're prepared to do about it too. So we can collect a lot of data, but if we're not going to be able to be in a position, and so I mean, in the first instance, I'm thinking about the educator or the teacher in the position to do something about it. Do we really need to collect that data or develop analytics that we're not actually going to use? And so that gets back to the various stakeholders who have to be in the mix of making decisions and asking the questions.
Looking around, I think we've all learned a lot from the conference, and Shane and company have put on a terrific job, but this is learning in the wild. There's probably not a lot of analytics that would actually show what's going on right now. And I've worked with other groups, been lucky, the most powerful form of learning is sitting around in rocking chairs facing one another in the Appalachian Mountains. So that sounds crazy, but that's real learning as well. Is there not a danger, but a focus on, because we can track the data, we've had a bit of a discussion, that our conceptions of learning focus on those things that we can actually track and have an impact on? Some of it's obviously pretty excellent work. And the other part of it, how do we stop learning and teaching groups or faculty groups from focusing all the time and effort and money on these sorts of activities, instead of it just being part of the activities of making better, helping teachers improve, daily in the classroom or online? I think that makes sense. I'm not sure.
Well, I think it's been touched upon earlier today in terms of, the fact that we're maybe been focused a little bit too much on the data that's available in the learning management system or the digitally available data, and that's, in most context, that's not what it's all about. So, and I guess that's the kind of thing that I was touching on, and some of the projects that I'm interested in is that it may be that we need to collect other kinds of data, and whether that's student self-report data on various measures that we're interested in getting perspectives from the students. It might be teacher generated data that is teacher observation about what's happening. I think we would be limiting ourselves too much to be just relying on that naturally occurring data that's in the digital form.
I think that it's an important issue. There's a danger of us falling into the drunk looking for their keys under the lamppost because that's where the light is, not because that's where they've dropped their keys. And the online realm and where we've got ready access to data is where we can look with the tools that we've been talking about. So that's where we've been focusing our attention. I think we do need, particularly as educators, to be aware that actually, learning is much more broad and big than that. And we have had people say that all along. We should hold on to it.
And I think there's one very important point that you said, that we need to kind of see what data we are actually looking at, so how complete are the data, and obviously it's very difficult to get any data from kind of offline activities. So I think that's something that we have to consider when we look into learning analytics, and see that, okay, there are online activities and that's what we have the data for, but there are also offline activities.
I think there's a degree of unevenness that you need to be careful about as well in terms of the amount of rich data that's available. So it's very attractive, seductive to go into where we do have rich data sets, but in terms of extrapolating out across other areas where less feature-rich data, one size doesn't necessarily fit all.
I wanted to go back to the IRB conceptual space for a minute. I was talking to the chief social scientist of a startup about data privacy. They do a lot of learning analytics, and he made the observation that Facebook really had stumbled when they hadn't made clear what they were going to be doing with users' data. And he advised us, this was on the educational data mining and learning analytics brief, he said, don't let the lawyers come in. Make sure you get your data usage agreements pretty well publicized rather than letting the lawyers come in and tell you how to do it, because they're going to lock everything down. So my question is, do we feel that the IRB folks know enough about what we can do with learning analytics to be able to really provide us the protection we need, or do we need some kind of code of ethics that we as a community create and adopt when we're doing our research?
Well, my experience with IRB is they tend to err on the side of caution anyway. So and certainly the techniques that we are starting to use and the range of data that we're drawing in order to analyze that data and make sense of that data are changing. So I mean, I think it's a continuous education process both ways. So I think, it goes back to some of those first principles that we've been talking about in terms of disclosure and understanding.
I think it might be useful for us as a community to begin to articulate ethical points. There's been things that have come up over and over again as themes in this bit about learners having the control of their own and ownership of their own data. I think there's a particular LAK flavour to that that's unique, and it might be worth moving towards that, but as an ethical procedure and framework that we'd wave in front of institutional research boards and ethics committees. I'm not sure that would help the process particularly, but it might. I'm open to suggestion.
Well, it does raise the question, though, of the IRB is another one of the stakeholders in the process, and that therefore there may be some responsibility for sharing those new methodologies, those new approaches with the members of the individual institutional IRBs to so that they understand and they can ask the questions that they need to ask as we move towards, confirming whatever our data governance approaches are going to be in each of our institutions. Yes?
When I first went to an employment panel in the UK, we were going to appoint somebody out. You go in and you're handed a pad of paper and a pen, and that's for your use in the panel. And I went in and I noticed stuff down. I noticed that nobody else wrote anything on their pad of paper. And I said, well, what's that about after it? They said, well, nobody ever writes anything in an employment panel because those notes are collected, and in the case that there should ever be a discussion about whether the appointment was free and fair and transparent, those notes are used in evidence. So you never write anything in an employment panel. So the result is you're given this tool for use, but informally you never use it because it's too dangerous. You know, there's a kind of chilling effect on our use of media. And I'm wondering if there's a parallel here with what a danger for our area, where the regulation and the governance of data and the use of it might have a similar kind of chilling effect on the interactions which those media support, and whether there are any implications for that, you know, such as, well, we just don't use them, we go and have our discussion somewhere else.
Yeah. Before answering the questions, just to let you know, we'll take another 2 questions, and yeah, then we need to stop. Thanks.
Thanks, Dragan. Anybody want to try that?
Yeah, it's a race. Yeah, it's. I think that's the tension. It's the and that's the second principle I was talking about, the freedom to do exciting new things and to take and use and create new tools, and it's a big tension. We don't. It's stupid to end up not being able to do something that would be of great benefit to everyone because we're concerned that it might be of harm when it isn't going to be of any harm. But I think we need to be clear about that. We also need to be clear about the evidence we've got of benefit and harm. And no, I'll stop because we're running out. We've not got a lot of time.
I think it does play back to putting the choice back to the individual. So you will get participants. You will always get participants, and you will turn some people off. So you're never going to get 100%.
As a matter of full disclosure, I'd like to start off by letting you know that I'm a lawyer, and you're right. Don't let the lawyers in and lock you down.
We love lawyers. Lawyers are great.
I'd like to introduce a caution into the conversation. We've talked about students owning the data, but students, once they enter an institutional process, become partners in their own education. And individuals have ownership rights, but partners have shared ownership rights. And when you think about institutions and about faculty and about the research that we do in that context, is that there is a shared ownership of these tracings that they leave behind as they do their assignments. And so your comment about the UK law saying, as you know, once you have individualized information identifying you with some particular tracing, that you have access to it, that you can correct it. But you didn't say that you could withhold it, or that you could say other people couldn't use it for other good purposes. And I think it's worthwhile in this context to really keep that partnership ownership of these student tracings in mind.
Thank you.
Yes.
It's a bit frightening asking the last question of the conference, and I wish it was a really important one, but I guess it's probably not. The issue has been raised a couple of times that there's a difference between learning and passing assessment, and that if the models that we're putting together are measuring whether somebody passes, that's not really what we should be doing. I would suggest that if the assessment isn't measuring somebody's learning, then there's really a problem there. Maybe that's a simplistic view. So my question really is, if that's the case, isn't that somebody else's problem to solve, that the assessment isn't measuring, isn't measuring the learning? And if we accept that that's the case, then perhaps maybe we shouldn't worry about that, and what we should be building is models to assess, models to try and help people pass assessment, because fixing that the assessment measures the learning is a separate issue.
Yeah, I think I wasn't suggesting that there was a problem with assessment, although I'm sure there's a problem with assessment. That's an aside. I guess what I was suggesting is that from where I'm interested in terms of learning analytics can help in seeing other aspects of the learning process and supporting other aspects of the learning process that are not necessarily in the traditional models of both assessment and pedagogy in higher education. So I'm not looking to have learning analytics fix the problems of assessment, but uncover opportunities to support learning, teaching and learning better in different ways and in different contexts, if that makes sense.
I think there's, picking up on the thing yesterday about the difference between EDM and LAK being the difference between creating a self-driving car and a dashboard, I think the assessment question is actually the question of which direction the car's heading altogether, and just making the car go faster, whether it's under its own power or under a human driver. Actually, if it's heading in the wrong direction, that's not helping at all. So I think this question of assessment is kind of central to everything we do, and I would like to say it's not my problem, but it is my problem. I mean, I'm an academic, so it totally is my problem. I think it is a big problem, and it is the central problem. If we're optimizing for assessment, which is kind of where most of our efforts are focused, if that assessment isn't assessing the things we think are important, that's a real problem, and I think certainly I personally own that problem. You know, we've got to do something about that.
I think we're finished. Thank you. Will you please join me in thanking Laurie, Paul, Sabina, and Doug.
That is not on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. We're laughing?
Yeah.
Hey, thank you guys. You looked after me all week. Thank you very much. This brings me to my very, very happy last task, and it's the official handover to Eric Duval for Solar number LAK 13. And I've lost all comprehension now. I'm too tired. But I'd really like to, again, thank our AV team who has streamed and caught this event throughout the entire event. We had almost, I believe, about 200 users, 200 online views throughout the whole conference, so it basically doubled our whole attendance while we're here. The proceedings will go online as soon as we can have a break, a few beers and a bit of a relax. We'll throw them back up. The AGM that people are so excited about attending will be held in what was session B. There will be people cleaning up here. They've got another group to come in very soon. It will start at 2:30, so there will be a bit of a break between now for you to grab your own bite to eat, watch Shane, head for the pub, and then come back and engage in a bit more discussion. I'd like to thank all the presenters, the participants that made this such a great event. It has been truly excellent. I've been very excited by all the conversations that have gone on, the whole vibe that's happened. It has been truly exceeded my expectations and hopefully yours. So thank you very much.